you. And I hope you had a good time, and now you're here, ready for day 2 of this AGA, this Annual General Assembly of the GDPRD. If day 1 was about stock taking and reflections and looking forward and considering headwinds and the need to coordinate properly and to realign, there was an elephant in the room, I would say, a great big African elephant, if I can use that term, and it was money. Because to do much of what we talked about yesterday effectively, will not only need to change and reform, but also to properly fund some of these operations. And one of the things we need to do is to make donor funding more catalytic, and that is the title of the morning session. The morning session will run until about 12:20, then there'll be a lunch not hosted by the GDPRD. And I think that means you make your own arrangements. Is that right, for lunch? So you need to spend some euros. And then you'll have plenty of time, 90 minutes. And then in the afternoon, we'll talk in more detail about rural youth employment. We had a great session at the AGA last year, and we're going to do even better. We'll try and talk about leveraging change for rural youth employment and food systems. And I'll handle that one. And then we'll power on through into the afternoon, have a coffee break at about 3:15, and then we'll look at the implications of the AGA discussions and deliberations for donor coordination. That'll be moderated by Jim Woodhill, and then we'll close at about 5 o'clock, and I'll pass the floor at the end to Tristan, GDPRD chair, and that will bookend everything. But let us start with energy, with enthusiasm, with passion, and with some bright and original thinking. I'm delighted to introduce the moderator for this morning session, Carin, my immediate right, who is the co-founder and executive director of the Shamba Center for Food and Climate. And Carin has got quite the CV. I've put it right here in front of me. Worked with governments, donors, and parliamentarians in more than 20 countries on public and private investment and trade in agriculture and food systems, and co-founded, alongside Oshani Pereira, the Shamba Center to continue her lifelong quest to end hunger and achieve the SDGs. You're looking at me thinking, who is he talking about? Do I recognize this person? It is you, Carin, it is you. And she was the co-director and co-author of Series 2030, very famous report, Sustainable Solutions to End Hunger. I pass you into the capable hands, the sustainable hands of Carin Smaller. Carin, over to you.
Thank you all for being here in the room, and I think we've got about 35 people joining us online, so I want to make sure that I don't forget them and let them also input into these discussions on where we're going to find the money to achieve SDG 2. So this session is really about not just where we're going to find the money, but how we're going to use your money, the donor money, in a more catalytic way. Why? Because we heard yesterday, and we've been hearing for years, about the massive investment gap to achieve SDG 2 and to achieve sustainable food systems. The report that I was part of, that Henry Yu mentioned, found that that gap was $330 billion between now and 2030. Why? Because we know that while ODA grants are still the major source of financing for SDG 2, we also know that it's been stagnating and that it's only around $12 to $15 billion a year, depending on how you calculate it. We know that it's not going to grow much more. If we can keep it at that level, I think a lot of you feel in this room that that would be a success. We know that emergency assistance is growing, but that longer-term development assistance is stagnating. We also know that donors are being more creative about using ODA as loans. That's roughly at around 10 billion a year. So it's another important source of finance. But even when we take all of ODA together, we all know it's not going to be enough to fill that investment gap. So we need to look for other sources of finance. And that's where blended finance comes into the picture. And that's what we're going to be talking about today, because this inquiry that we've been doing together with the Global Donor Platform is showing us that in this space of blended finance, how you use public money to mobilize private money, it's in this space that's still very nascent, that's not new, but still very nascent, where we have the most innovative ideas for how to catalyze donor money. What we learned in the last 8 or 9 months together with the Global Donor Platform is who's doing this innovation and how they're doing it. And we started this inquiry into sustainable finance that we're going to present to you today. So we're going to shift the program around a little bit. And Oshani and I are going to start by presenting the findings to you from this inquiry. And then what we've done together with the Global Donor Platform is invite many of the people and the organizations that we spoke to for this inquiry. So the 8 or 9 speakers that we have on this panel today, we spoke to, and we've brought them here because we want you to hear from them what they think's working and not, and what they think you want to do. Because it's nice to hear from Oshani and me and Maurizio, but why would you believe us if we're not actually the ones doing these innovative financing mechanisms? So we brought 8 or 9 people who are doing this, that we spoke to. 2 of them are here. Another 5 are with us online. But the real purpose here is for you to hear firsthand from them what they think you should be doing going forward, and what they think the donor platform should be doing in this space going forward. Oshani's the brains behind this inquiry. And so you will hear from her about what she's learned. But I do want to also recognize the team from the Shamba Center who are online today, Kamal, Lizianne, Marley, and Natalie, who've also worked very hard, as well as the whole donor platform team, who've been working really hard with us, a lot of sleepless nights, to try and bring these ideas to the General Assembly here today. Okay, so let's start with the presentation, and this will be done by Oshani and I together to see what we found. So let's go on. You've all got a copy of the report. So if you can't see clearly some of the figures, they're in your report as well that you've got in your packs. So let's start. The origins of this study, as I mentioned, is this massive investment gap to achieve SDG 2. The Series 2030 estimates were 330 billion, but there was also another study done by FAO and ZEF, Joachim von Braun and Maximo Torero, that said they reckoned the investment gap was up to 500 billion. So we've got this range of between 330 and 500 billion additional investment that we need to fill that gap for SDG 2. Next. So the core message that came from this inquiry, we spoke with about 50 institutions, organizations. They were donors, development banks, funds, finance experts, NGOs. And the core message that's emerged from this work is this. First, the data is showing that over the past 5 years, every dollar of donor money is mobilizing $4 of commercial finance. It's very important. We can make every dollar of donor money mobilize $4 of commercial finance. And the people that we spoke to in this inquiry said to us that for this to happen in the food and ag sector, what we need is for the donors and the development banks to take higher risks with their grants and loans. And that if those donors and development banks are willing to take higher risks, then the potential is not just the extra money, the $4 for every $1 of donor money, but the potential is that we will be able to finance agri-food SMEs. We will be able to get them more finance. We will be able to mobilize domestic lenders to use their own balance sheets to lend to this group of actors. And that if donors and development banks will take these risks, that we will be able to have more affordable borrowing rates in low and middle income countries. And that's what people said to us is the catalytic power of aid. How do we get there? So 4 findings, and then I'm going to pass over to Oshani. So next slide. So the first finding that came from this study, both looking at the data and interviewing these people, is that the consistent message was that this blending of public-private money can make the biggest contribution if it focuses on the missing middle. And the missing middle, when people talk about it, because a lot of people use that terminology, but specifically the missing middle is this group of agri-food SMEs who are looking for between $50,000 and $2 million for loans. This group of people are too big to get grants or microfinance, and they're too small to just go on the commercial market. So it's this segment that really has the most to benefit and where that catalytic power of aid can make the most benefits. But the second finding, and I hope that speakers today will share this, is that even though there's this potential of $1 to leverage 4, it will actually only be catalytic if it's additional. If the donor money that's being used would not have been spent if the donors don't spend it. That it's not crowding out the private sector, okay? So it will only be catalytic if it goes where no one else will go. And it will only be catalytic if it's interested in the outcomes, in the impact. 2 very important things. The money itself is not as relevant as this issue of additionality. Can donors go and can they be sure that they're going where no one else will go? And will they make sure that that money is being invested in projects that will have that sustainable development outcome that we're looking for? 3, there is a problem in the way that the rules and the governance structures of the development banks and the DFIs have been thought up. It discourages risk-taking. The development banks and the development finance institutions are not going where they need to go. They're taking the easy loans. They're giving the easy development finance, not the hard. And unless they're willing to take more risk, we're not going to finance the missing middle. And then the 4th finding is that there's a lack of research and data on how the small amount of loans that are going to agri-food SMEs are actually working. So that means you guys don't have the information at your hand, the data at your hand, to keep telling your superiors, this is working, we need more, this is where we can scale. And unless there's more research and data on the performance of the small loans that are currently being given, we won't be able to expand this pool of finance. Oshani, take us into a bit more detail.
Let's dig in further into the financing gap. And here you have 3 donuts. And if you look at the parts in green, you see the financing gap in Sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, and both of them together, which collectively brings us to $106 billion US dollars. Now, why is this gap arising? We see that on the next slide. And I invite you all to look at the sections in green, because this shows you the volume of lending of CSAF, the Council for Smallholder Agricultural Finance, led by Andrea on the platform with us. So in green is the chunk of money going to SMEs that are producing vegetables, fruits, grains, and feed and fuel for domestic consumption. And in blue, gray, and light gray are the chunks of money that are going as loans to SMEs and farmers' organizations that are producing coffee, cocoa, cashew nuts, soybeans, etc., for export. And why is this occurring? It's because SMEs typically cannot provide collateral. And for the impact investors who do not accept collateral, they need something else to tie in their loans. And this is an off-take agreement, a contract farming agreement, a purchasing agreement with an entity, and that is in foreign currency. And the lending is happening in foreign currency. The domestic producers are working in domestic currencies. And when you are producing and dealing in domestic currencies for domestic markets, there is nobody that will lend to you. And this is a massive caveat. And this is why we need to do two things. We need to crowd in and persuade domestic lenders to get involved. And we eventually need more blending. And let us look at the state of blending in the next slide. So here we have data on the volume of blended transactions over the last 10 years. We see in blue the volume, in green the chunk going to climate finance, and on top the numbers are the number of transactions that happened during that year. We see a rise in 2014 to 2016. We see a plateau happening 2020, 2021, maybe after COVID. But at the end of the day, you would say, Oshani, what's the big deal? 62 transactions. And the fly-in would give us one of the reasons why the fly-in comes in now. 2 to 3% of ODA is actually going into blending. So maybe that is very telling. And we're going to look now at the leverage ratio. We already know that $1 in food and ag from donors can bring in $4. On the screen, we're breaking this down so we can look at it in more detail. $1 in blue, the leverage dollars in green, agroforestry bringing 3.6 and agro-processing bringing 3.5. So far, so good. On the next slide, however, we have a little bit more of that story. So for every dollar, we're seeing 2.3 come in from the development finance institutions and 1.8 from private investors. Now, this changes the picture because it's, after all, the private investor that we want to bring into this space. So what does this tell us? It tells us of the very important role that development banks are playing in this space. They're market makers and they're market takers because they're using their own concessional money to bring in their own non-concessional money. And they're also telling us that we mustn't read too deeply into the leverage ratio, the 1:4, too blindly. It doesn't tell us how important that blue $1 was to even make the deal. It doesn't tell us whether development impacts are being achieved, whether people are being moved out of poverty by blending, whether rural incomes are increasing because of blending, whether small producers are having a better deal overall and have growth potential because of blending. All that is not reflected in the 1:4. Let us remember that. And going on to examine the role of the DFIs a little bit more, we are so pleased to have Teresa on the platform with us from Proparco. Next slide, please. We have a divergence of opinions, ladies and gentlemen, over our inquiry. We have the DFIs assuring us we are anchor lenders. We make the market. We can break the market. And when we go into deals, there aren't 100 people around us competing with us. If you don't go into the deal's dead. If you compete, we compete with each other. And then we have the commercial lenders who will be coming in later on, telling us, hey, they're taking senior debt. What's the big deal? Are they even crowding us out? And the next slide breaks this into data for us, the story into data for us. On the top, we have an indication of how much development finance institutions are spending on food and agriculture in green, the little bars in green, how much commercial money and how much concessional money is being provided by them. And giving you a few seconds to look at the graph, you would say that this is, yeah. Is this something to take home, talk about and digest? Let the debate reign. Let us also give the DFIs the benefit of the doubt because they're in a difficult position. They have to bring in profit and they have to fund development, and both are not compatible most often. They are required by their governance rules and their statutes to work in a way that is compatible with their high credit ratings because they need to be market actors in capital markets and raise money from capital markets at a cheap rate so they can invest in development. Perhaps a mandate that is too difficult today to maintain. Should that mandate change? The last finding that we shall articulate and leave you with is this. When donors provide grants that eventually get translated into loans through financial intermediaries, many financial intermediaries, they do not have visibility on what is happening to those loans. They do not know where these loans are being spent, in which geography, in which value chain, whether those loans are actually active or have they ended. They don't know whether they're lending to first-time borrowers or are they continuing to lend to borrowers who've been borrowing from them for 20 years. And unless there is more visibility on these loans, you as donors are unable to take the right decisions when it comes to blending and the right decisions in your interaction as shareholders of the DFIs. And this is proven again by the Council for Smallholder Agricultural Finance, CSAF, because they are trailblazing and they're cutting new ground in showing us what can happen when data is shared. So CSAF members who are impact investors are sharing a given level of data on the performance of loans. And on the back of that data, they have launched a guarantee facility called Asaili Africa. Many of you in the room are sponsors and donors to Asaili. And Asaili is providing guarantees to get local banks to use their own money and lend to SMEs. It is absolutely amazing, the work of Asaili. It will help us dig the trenches to go forward. Carin?
Thank you. Okay, just briefly on the recommendations, and then we pass over to some of the people that we spoke to. So the last slide. So unsurprisingly, from those 4 findings that Ashani went into more deeply, 4 key recommendations for donors and development banks. So recommendation 1 is that we need guarantees and incentives to build the expertise and the risk appetite of domestic lenders so that they will use their own balance sheets to lend to agri-food SMEs. And Ashani just mentioned the example of Asaili, and Andrea is going to speak a bit more about it. But really this key message about enabling domestic lenders to go out and lend to these agri-food SMEs. Second, almost all the people we spoke to said there is need for better coordination between donors by creating a donor working group that's supported by a knowledge hub that will help reduce transaction costs, increase the potential for donors and development banks to give first loss financing, the most risky type of financing. And we're going to hear from Fariza today about Propaco's work in that regard, results-based financing, so that we make sure that we're getting the outcomes we want, the sustainable development outcomes we want. And eventually, and this is even more new, but using donor money and donors themselves trying to increase commercial lending. Third, whilst the reform of the banks are happening to try and help take more risk and go where no one else is going, what people that we spoke to recommended is that there are dedicated pools of funds given to the development banks so that they can offer the higher risk financing without undermining their credit ratings. And the last is a data repository, like what CSAF is doing for their impact investors, but this time a repository for donors so that you can share information and you don't have each donor doing their own due diligence, their own investigation about what's working and what's not, but that you're sharing the benefits of everyone's experiences. That's it from us. We would like to now start by hearing from Paul Clemens Hunt. No, Paul's not here yet. Okay. So we will hear from Paul. Sierra, let me know as soon as he's online. So before we hear from Paul, we're going to hear from Andrea, which I think is actually relevant because we've spoken so much in our presentation about the council and about Asaili. Andrea Zinn is the director of the Council on Smallholder Agricultural Finance, and she's the senior manager of Asaili Americas and Asaili Africa. I mean, I think for many people in the room, CSAF and Asaili are really at the cutting edge of where we want to be going in terms of making donor funding more catalytic. Donors know you, they're investing in you. But if you're listening to what we've said, and I know you've read the report, what's resonating most with you? What do you agree with in terms of what we're finding and recommending? And where do you think the donor community should be going further? Andrea.
Great. Thanks so much, Carin. So as Carin mentioned, I come here wearing 2 hats, first on behalf of CSAF and then second on behalf of Asaili Africa. And sounds like we've had a lot of FaceTime already. So just in case you don't know us, CSAF is a network of 20 impact investors that are collectively dispersing about $750 million annually to agriculture SMEs in that missing middle segment that was mentioned in the report. In the part of CSAF, we're mostly in the upper segment of the missing middle. Most loans are between 500,000 up to $2 million. And then the other hat that I'm wearing is on behalf of Aseli Africa, which was born out of CSAF research and is a blended finance facility that offers incentives to share in the risk and defray transaction costs for lending to agriculture SMEs. Aseli is based in East Africa, serving 5 East African countries. And on my behalf, I'm working in Latin America to see how we can explore advisory partnerships to expand incentive models in the Americas as well. So first, I just want to thank the platform for welcoming the private sector into the conversation. I'm certainly speaking with the private sector lens, and I think it's important that the private sector is represented here because we can all agree that donor financing alone is not going to fill that financing gap for the agriculture sector. And we also know that lending to agriculture is very difficult. There's high transaction costs, high risk. And I think that's really why it's so vital that there are public and private partnerships. And, you know, these types of blended finance approaches that we're talking about, they're very common in middle income, high income countries. Most of them are embedded into the enabling environment. So I don't think that it should be surprising that local low income economies also need blended finance mechanisms in order to spur agriculture finance and rural development. And I would say in response to the findings, overall, the findings are mostly aligned with our practitioner experience at CSAF and in Aseli. And it's really encouraging to see the desire of donors to explore more innovative approaches. And I would say in particular, I'm really encouraged to read about the recommendations to spur domestic financing and really build the capacity of domestic lenders. There's certainly a segment of the agriculture SME, agri-food SME sector that requires smaller ticket sizes and lower currency and, local currency. And I would say that is a particularly difficult segment to serve, and domestic lenders are often the best positioned to serve that market. And in the case of Aseli, we are offering incentives down to 15,000 as a ticket size. And those are markets that impact investors like CSAF members wouldn't otherwise be able to serve, and it's where the domestic market can really step in. I think that there is space to expand upon the recommendations. They're very focused in expanding the capital supply, but another challenge that is faced by private investors are finding that pipeline of agriculture SMEs. So in Aseli, we often refer to this as the addressable demand. And the reality is that we talk about all of the agriculture SMEs that need financing, but when it comes to actually finalizing that deal and making that loan a reality, it's often very challenging to find agriculture SMEs who have the maturity to actually manage a loan, are qualified, and meet the risk appetite of lenders. And so I think here there's a space where there could be TA that is targeted at SMEs and specifically connected to finance. There's certainly a lot of TA that's available to the agriculture sector, but we often see that it's disconnected from their financing needs. So ensuring that the addressable demand is built up. There's certainly hundreds of thousands of smallholder farmers globally, and often there's a potential for increased agriculture activity, but it's not as simple as just subsidizing and de-risking capital supply. That strong addressable demand is really a part of the equation to crowd in private sector investment. So I would also say that on my second point, the report is referencing a 1-to-4 leverage ratio. And that's something that Convergence has reported globally across multiple sectors. And I think that we can challenge that ratio in 2 directions. First, I would say that there's an opportunity to achieve a higher ratio. I think we can go beyond 4 and push that upwards. And then second, I would really like to reiterate what Oshani mentioned during the findings, that we need to measure impact and additionality in ways beyond capital mobilization. So yesterday, Sean mentioned a phrase that I really liked, smart policy and smart partnerships. And I think that's really the mindset that's necessary when we're thinking about allocating donor funds effectively. In Aceli's case, we currently are managing a leverage ratio of 1 to 10. And we actually believe that we could increase that, but we don't know if it's necessarily desirable to increase. We've mobilized $140 million in private capital, and that average ticket size is around 100,000. And we initially thought that the ticket size would be much larger, but over time we realized that the need for the SMEs that are using Aceli incentives in East Africa was much smaller, and was a ticket size around 100K or even below. So if we were to increase that ticket size, we could also increase our leverage ratio, increase our total headline numbers for capital mobilized. But I think that there's some questions there about whether that would actually be impactful and additional. With smaller ticket sizes, we're actually able to use less donor financing to reach a much larger number of organizations. And another metric that we use to measure additionality at Aceli is the number of new borrowers. So about 60% of our borrowers have never received financing before, or at least haven't received financing in the last 3 years. And I think that's where we can start to have a little bit more detail and paint a larger part of the picture about whether the capital that's being mobilized is actually additional. I know from the CSAF perspective, we've seen blended finance programs, new programs come into play in the past 5 to 10 years, and they have really high numbers for capital mobilized. But when it comes to what those investments look like in practice, sometimes we're seeing investments that go to the same coffee cooperatives that many CSAF members have been working with for years. And there's space for questions about whether that capital is actually additional and how we can go beyond leverage ratios to measure additionality. Also, I mean, reiterating the conversation around DFIs are, the structure does not enable high risk lending. And some of the CSAF members have also shared, as Ashani pointed out, that when DFIs are coming in and they're faced with those restrictions on their risk appetite, sometimes they're pushed towards agriculture SMEs and actually competing with impact investors who would already be there otherwise. So I think that the summary here is that when it comes to capital mobilization, we need to go beyond that and measure for additionality and also environmental and social impact. And there's a lot of space there to investigate, add data, add evidence building and evaluation to measure whether the capital is truly additional.
Great, thank you, Andrea. 4 very powerful messages, one that resonates with us. So the focus on domestic lenders is the right place to be focusing on. The second, which I would really appreciate if others can come in when we open the floor, of this question of, are the agri-food SMEs ready to take these loans? You know, Andrea mentioned, you know, there's a big question about finding those SMEs that are mature enough and that have the financial health to be able to actually take these loans and to meet the risk appetite of the lenders. Third point you made, I love that. The 1.4 ratio is way too unambitious. Let's go for a ratio of 1 to 10. You know, that's music to my ears. And then this fourth point, which again is really challenging. So it would be good to hear from others again on how that happens, which is this issue of how you make sure there's impact. And what I heard you saying was that actually small is big in this respect. So perhaps the smaller loans, which won't be as impressive in terms of the big bucks, but the smaller loans are going to get you more of that development additionality than the bigger loans, which is going to be the same people over and over again and not as much of that. But I mean, but then it becomes a challenge because that small size is what makes it harder for commercial lenders to come in because the returns aren't big enough. So there is a challenge there. Okay, I think Paul's not with us yet. Okay, let me know when he is. We will, Paul's now with us, just joined. So welcome, Paul. Thanks for joining us. So I think you're not known to most of the people in this room, but you're a giant in the sustainable finance, blended finance world. So Paul Clemens Hunt is the director of Mission Purpose, but more importantly, the former head of UNEP's finance initiative. UNEP's finance initiative 3 decades ago identified this issue of blended finance and sustainable finance as the key area where the environment and climate community needed to go. And if you saw the data that Oshani showed you, you can see it's the climate finance space that is the biggest in this blended finance space. And the food and ag community is lagging massively behind. So Paul, we need you in the food and ag community. Paul is credited with coining the term ESG, the environmental, social, and governance buzzword that we hear so much coming from the investment community. He set up UNEP's finance initiative to try and drive more sustainable finance into climate and environment. Some would say he also coined the term sustainable finance. But Paul's been working much more in blending with capital markets, insurance companies, and institutional investors, rather than the blending that we've been seeing in this space, which is much more about the development banks using their own money to get more commercial, using the donors' concessional finance to mobilize commercial finance. But Paul's much more interested in some of these other big, more mainstream capital markets. So Paul, with that introduction, I know you've read the report, so please tell us, what do you think about it? And where do you think the food and agriculture community needs to be going to making donor funding more catalytic?
Look, first of all, hi, everybody. I hope Rome's treating you well. Thank you for the kind introduction. And I think I've got about 10 to 15 minutes. So I'm going to do away with formalities. And thank you to the Global Platform and to the Shamba Center and Oshani. Let me address my thoughts in this way. And look, it's a personal story. I'm not going to repeat the figures in what I see as a brilliant report with 4 really important recommendations. And the personal story really is about my journey into food security after UNEP-FI. And then I'll hopefully bring the dots together in terms of what is needed, what is desperately needed in terms of delivering SDG 2, and what I actually see as a failure of blended finance. It's a case of timid capital, and it involves the entire investment chain. But for anyone who's in food security, I hope you will recognize the picture I'm about to paint. So let me go back a few years, and it's a border community between Burkina Faso and Mali. And it's right in the heart of the Sahel. And anyone who's worked in the Sahel will recognize this image. I'm there as the chair of something called SOS Sahel, which was a French NGO looking at security across the 11 Sahelian countries. So this is my personal journey, and I will back it up into blended finance. And again, I must thank the Shamba Center. I think it's a wonderful report. I'm not going to repeat the figures. They're all there in front of you, whether you've read it or you're about to read it, and the 4 important recommendations. Back to the Burkina Faso-Mali border. We're celebrating our 40th anniversary with a community on the border. A few hundred people, an absolutely joyous day. 75% of them under 15. And anyone who's worked in that region will get both the joy and the feeling for the anniversary. What's my point? This community 40 years ago had a very simple barrage dam put into it, which ensures adequate irrigation through what can be a very difficult dry season, and all the things we know about the Sahel. I want to compare that community with one maybe 3 kilometers away, again in that border area, where there was no barrage dam, a simple piece of infrastructure in place. And there is a connector really here, to the need to flow blended finance into this type of decentralized infrastructure. But let me come to that. So the community we were with, off the back of that barrage dam, they had, for 40 years, they had secure irrigation. The community was buoyant within the context of a troubled and vulnerable community. They had food security of a sort, which was independent of humanitarian aid. And off the back of that, over the decades, what we'd seen put into place was some really simple stuff. So it was a secure warehouse where the annual crop could be stored, and whether used by the community or then sold on in local markets, it could be stored safely. And that's step one, a barrage dam, a secure warehouse, but then start thinking about the fusion of digital communications and mobile phones. My point is that community over 4 decades had got to the point where it could store its crop. The mobile phone and digital revolution meant that the farmers, the family farmers, had become price makers rather than price takers. Secure storage of the crop, use of mobile phones, use of mobile money had actually empowered the community to thrive, have resilience, have that food security. That was one simple piece of infrastructure 40 years previously. Go 3 kilometers east on the border and you find a community without that simple barrage dam, without the ability to control irrigation, without all those things that we know are so important. And again, so let me stop on that image. I would say that anyone on the global platform in food security would capture that image and the importance of it. The ability for a community to have resilience, to move away from humanitarian aid, to actually control their crop, secure it safely, and take it to the market, the local markets, in a way where they were not simply forced to sell because of the insecure warehousing of the crop and all those simple things. So let me then make some linkages back and into blended finance. And I did have the privilege of leading UNEP Finance Initiative from 2000 to 2012. Prior to that, I guess my start point in my own journey as originally a journalist, did an economics degree back in the 80s, but in 91, I had my first environmental business in Bangkok. And it was called the Environmental Business Group. And my obsession became sustainable development is great, but unless you can mobilize finance through public, private, and multilateral and developmental financial institutions, we're never going to reach the target. That's been my obsession through different businesses, through the UN, and now again in my own business, the Blended Capital Group. I'm working for a law firm in the UK to get a business up and running for them. What's the point? The ability to mobilize finance at scale into these markets is key. Blended finance is a fantastic idea. It's not working the way that it should. So let me give you 2 or 3 examples of my actuality in terms of food security. It's mainly around Africa and a bit of LATAM. And I will be quick. I realize I've got a limited period. I'll conclude by looking at the macros around blended finance and how we use the markets more effectively. So I'm going to offer you 2. Hi.
To ask, but can you focus in on what's not working? If you've been doing this for so long, what's not working?
That's what I'm about to do through 2 examples. Okay. And it's warts and all. I'm working on the basis that this is Chatham House, and therefore what I say will be kept in-house and won't be attributed. So let me take a business that, and it's not marketing my business. This is a story.
Chatham House, because this is a public event and it is being live streamed.
Okay, that's fine. Well,
I don't know how many. There's 46 people online and about another 50 in here. But I will.
Catherine, thank you. I will run with that, and I'll say exactly what I was going to say anyway. So it'll be in the public domain. Let me take a business we started in Africa 10 years ago. It was in Western Kenya, Kisumu. It looks like a solar lights business. It wasn't. It was a distribution business. We went from 0 to 60,000 families. That's 225,000 people over a decade. It was working with 70% farming families, community farming families, but also the fishing community on Lake Victoria. It became a business which went from 0 to successful, profit-making, and delivering the type of agri-tech and solar-driven agri-tech that the farming communities needed. It was based upon affordable credit, and it included insurance, funeral insurance, loan insurance. It worked. It was a model that worked. A number of things killed it. The slowness of the DFIs to respond to a successful business, the imposition of a risk premium by commercial finance in terms of simply that it's Africa, you get ticked down. The third thing was almost criminal activity, illegal activity by our debt providers at the time of COVID. So without going into too much details, that's an example of a platform created serving 60,000 families, 220,000 people and their dependents over a 10-year period. And it was all farming or fishing families. The business we closed last year simply because of a combination of COVID, the slowness of the multilateral community to respond, that risk premium in Africa. And that was a business which employed 90 people, and it also had 400 agents working in the field. It was a good business, good business, and fundamentally at the heart of it was community empowerment and food security. It failed in the end, I think, not because of the business, but a combination of factors, COVID, the supply chain issues, but I think primarily the inability of multilateral financiers and commercial financiers to say, that's the business, that's a good one, the numbers are correct, it can scale, it can replicate, and it delivers both resilience, clean energy, and food security to those communities who need it. Okay, so again, I'll come back to that as an example when I conclude my remarks, but it was a business success which turned into a business failure because of the inability, I think, of finance, blended finance, to respond. And also fundamentally, it was the African story. People simply mark Africa with a higher risk premium, and it stops money and finance and capital flowing into these small and medium-sized businesses. We were serving essentially SMEs in Western Kenya, so families that were also small businesses creating agricultural operations. Second example is, I won't name the DFI, but it's from one of the G7 countries, which created a facility of $100 million, which it placed with the commercial banks in Kenya. And the idea was a commercial facility which would flow and capitalize small and medium-sized agricultural entities. So if on the Shamba figure of a leverage of at least 4 in every dollar, that was about 400 to 500 million, which should have been available for SMEs in the agri-food sector. What happened to the money? It simply stayed on the balance sheet of the Kenyan banks. It did not get out into the market. And that was both to the advantage of the Kenyan banks in terms of the commercial banks, so not naming an individual bank. It stayed on the balance sheet. I think there's a failure there in terms of from the DFI, the MFI side, to effectively monitor how that type of distribution gets to the market. The actual distribution of the 400-500 million into the market was assumed it would happen. But the bureaucratic and the administrative machinery between the DFI funds, the commercial banks quite happy to keep that balance on their balance sheet, improving their capital ratio, was not working. So the money didn't flow. It didn't even trickle into the agri SMEs. I think you can take that example and go across, sub-Saharan Africa as a minimum. Let me stop there. That's 2 examples of an individual business. Ultimately, it was a failure in Africa. We've moved that model to Latin America, and we're working with first mile communities in the Amazon to distribute solar agri-tech, sanitation products. That's happening. So in some ways, a business failure after 10 years for those reasons, but prospectively a business success. The banking story and keeping the money on the balance sheet demands action by the DFIs and the MFIs and donor governments. Let me conclude, and I think maybe another few minutes. Is that okay, Catherine? Yep. Okay. Look, we're going pretty quickly here from the Burkina Faso-Mali border, 2 examples, but I'm happy to unpack it in Q&A. In terms of my wraparound in response to the Shamba report and the work of the global platform, really simply, we do have timid capital. The DFIs and the MFIs do a tremendous job, but they're not fit for purpose in terms of the current market. You'd identified a gap of between 35 million and 50 billion a year on SDG 2, right? Okay, in terms of the money that's actually flowing, I think between 15 and 18 billion and a leverage of 4, If we had effective leverage from the private sector, you'd be hitting that target. We're way off that. One of the factors is that the least developed countries, the 46 least developed countries, get so hammered on the risk premium from the private commercial finance, the debt crisis, which I've, happily over the years worked with Gordon Brown on from the time I left the UN. The debt crisis, we all know, is absolutely excruciating. And it's not just public debt anymore, it's public and private debt. The debt infusion from the private side, and they're far less forgiving in terms of debt holidays, is absolutely killing the LDCs. So you have the perfect storm. The DFIs, the MFIs are not fit for purpose. They're doing a good job in some respects, but they're not helping money to flow into the markets they're needed. In terms of the interaction between DFIs and MFIs in the private sector, yes, there are good examples, but it's not yet systemic. So in the context, let's take the DFIs and the MFIs back to what they should be, which is risk-bearing at the first loss stage, far more aggressive in terms of catalyzing markets, taking the best examples from the DFIs, replicating and scaling them, and killing the bad examples like the 90 million, 100 million sitting on the balance sheet of commercial banks. I hope I haven't strayed into too much financial jargon. We can dig really deeply on this. My fundamental message is Shamba is right. The global platform, in terms of whether it's worked with IFAD, whether it's worked with WFP or FAO or any of the independent agencies on food security, I think our messaging around private finance and the leveraging point has to be far more aggressive. When you look at the numbers in the context of COVID, I think, we all know 140 to 200 million people were pushed back into extreme poverty. I think from the food security side, you only have to take East Africa with the loss of rains over 5 years and then go across the Sahel in terms of, let's finish with a big figure. How many people in the Sahel? 220 million? That will double by 2050. Somewhere in the region, we all know 75% of them are under 16, right? That is a systemic risk. If we think that the climate migration crisis has started, it has not started in any way yet. It's all around food security, dignified employment, and actually believing in the Sahel where there are vibrant stories. Final example for me is Niger, and anyone who's worked in the space knows it well. The figures are awful. 23 million people now, 180 million by the end of the century. 75% of them are teenagers, and there is the real killer point for me is 30% of France's uranium comes out of Niger, right? Why are we not creating and delivering and leaving true value through blended finance in some of the most vulnerable countries? If you can begin to address the challenges across the Sahel, in Niger, in terms of community resilience and food security, well, that's a tremendous achievement. Catherine, I'll stop here. I hope I haven't been too Formula One.
That's brilliant, Paul. No, it's been fantastic.
In terms of blended finance, it's the only way forward. And if the global platform doesn't abide by the Shamba recommendations, well, to be honest, shame on you. So there's a job to be done.
Thank you, Paul. We have that was brilliant. We have 5 minutes to go before the coffee break. I want to take a few reactions or questions from the room. We can take 10 more minutes. Okay, few reactions. Paul, that was very, very powerful. One simple piece of infrastructure in Mali and between Mali and Burkina Faso can make a difference, moving away from dependency on humanitarian aid. The problem we saw the example in Kenya of a great initiative, but the slowness of the DFIs to respond, the imposition of a risk premium just because the loans have to be given in Africa, and the illegality of debt providers as a result of COVID. So the effect of shocks in undermining blended finance, one of the reasons why it's not working. The other example, the 100 million loan facility given to the domestic bank in Kenya. I mean, it's good that you're saying this is a bad example, but one of our recommendations is enable the domestic lenders. So if we're saying enable the domestic lenders, we have to be giving them facilities like this $100 million facility. But how do we get them to use it and not keep it on their balance sheets? And then very important points about debt crisis and the rising amount of debt coming from private sources and therefore harder to forgive. And then your last point around really the DFIs need to become, I loved what you said, need to become the risk bearers of first loss finance. The development banks and the DFIs are not doing first loss. How do we make them do that more? One question here, Namukolo and Manon. Okay, I've got my three, and then the rest will come back after the break. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. I'm Jian from the OECD. Very interesting presentation. Thank you very much. I had a question on, maybe this is for Aseli, Andrea. What is the smallholder size you're referring to? Because I mean, I'm hearing loans of $500,000. The smallholder in my head is you know, anywhere between 1 to 5 hectare farmer. That's one question about the smallholder size. And also in your portfolio, lending portfolio, how much of it is on production, so the farming of farmers, and how much of it is sort of SMEs along the downstream activity? What's sort of the percentage share? And also, so related to that, I'm wondering what's happening to the sort of the subsistence farmer or the really micro holders, if I can say that. And then finally, I missed the role of insurance. I was hoping maybe Paul would mention a bit how the insurance companies are involved in the risk part of the risk taking.
Thank you very much, Carin, and all the speakers. I want to throw in an additional challenge. Oh, my name is Namkolo Kovic. I represent the CGIAR. I lead the International Livestock Research Institute in Ethiopia, and I also serve as Regional Director for CGIAR for Eastern Southern Africa. For the comment I'm going to make, I want to add an additional title. I'm the current president of the African Nutrition Society. I really like the idea of blended financing, bringing on board developments that can take us to accelerating progress towards SDG 2. So in terms of the framing, I really love it. But the challenge that I see also that I want to bring into the conversation is that when the finance actually happens, timid or otherwise, and the kind of SMEs that we then see showing up on the African continent are contributing to quite a serious dietary transition that then limits us actually reaching the SDG 2 goals with multiple forms of malnutrition, where we are seeing high levels of overweight and obesity really creeping up quite strongly. And so my question is, when we're thinking of blended financing, that blending perspective where we're bringing in donor money with private money, to what extent can that contribute towards perhaps product prudence in the investments that are made so that we can actually reach those SDG 2 goals of addressing all forms of malnutrition? Because otherwise, we will get investments, we will see jobs and what have you being created, but our ability to actually attain SDG 2 will be limited. Thank you.
Thank you, Namukolo.
Thank you. I'm Manon Bellon from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from France. And actually, thank you, Namukolo, for this point. It's very accurate. It really resonates with my day-to-day job, wondering how we can direct even more the finance to private sector, also contributing to sustainable development impact. And I wanted also to note that last year at the AGA, we were wondering what catalytic finance was. And now we know. I think it's a very good definition, actually. You mentioned additionality and impact and sustainable development. I would like to keep that in mind and see what we can do also of this. And coming to my question, I wanted to come back on the issue of the pipeline that I hear a lot, and working more on this. And one thing that has not really been mentioned, but that was raised by Paul, speaking about Sahel, is the climate change and the impact of climate change on smallholders, making the risk higher. So how do maybe all the speakers, how do you manage this, and what solutions can be given to this? Because I feel that this risk is hard to be alleviated. Thank you.
I will take a few more questions. I had some, yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then let's see where we go. There will be another round of questions. So yeah.
Thank you. Name is Philip van der Sela, represent the GAF-SP. Wanted to go back to the question pertaining to the leverage ratio that we've been observing in the space overall 1 to 4, and echo some of Andrea's comments as well, that I do think we can be more optimistic based on the experience that we are seeing in our agri-food space as well. From the GAF-SP's side, as most of you know, we do have a private sector window managed by IFC, where using the existing models, we've managed to achieve leverage ratios from 1 to 6 with the private sector. And in addition to that, unlock for every GAF-SP dollar, $2 from IFC's own account. And that is using existing models, which when we look at the most recent report from OECD on ODA and its ability to mobilize private capital, that is using existing intervention models, which are dominated by direct investments in companies and financial intermediaries. My question is, to what extent, when we think about scaling up these mechanisms, we have to think about focusing, prioritizing different types of intervention models, where DFIs don't act just as direct investors in a bank or a company, but become part of a larger coalition of investors in collective investment vehicles. I wanted to hear perspectives from the panel about some of the challenges and opportunities to make that happen, to scale up blended finance using slightly different interventions models at different scales. Thank you.
Thank you. Who did I say was next? Yep.
Hi there, Kedar Mankar with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So I think I wanted to pick up on a couple of points. One in particular on pipelines. So we'd love to sort of get perspectives on this issue of sort of that I think Paul raised around sort of like money sitting, having a really well-structured fund or facility that has a significant amount of resources behind it, but not actually being able to find, whether it's because of constraints in terms of the ability, of a small enterprise to actually, utilize funding, et cetera. So just curious, because we actually often get pitched on a lot of different funds and facilities on the ag side, many of which are, really elegantly prepared. But I think the consistent issue that we have in terms of looking at impacts and outcomes is that, there is sort of like a significant need for TA. So another question is sort of like, what is the scale of that need? And sort of what have you all been hearing in terms of the key informant interviews about sort of what sort of groundwork? I think yesterday there was a lot of talk about plumbing. So like, what's the infrastructure needed to actually ensure that there are adequate pipelines in order to reach the type of scale that we need? And then also sort of what is the role of public procurement in maybe facilitating that? So especially on the nutrition side, which is where I come from, I think we have a sort of key set of parameters, in terms of impact indicators that we want to see, which actually add additional constraints. And so, it's a really complex system, and yeah, would just be curious, sort of reflections on that. Thanks.
At the back.
Can you hear me? Yeah, good. Hi, I'm Nadia Martinez. I'm the Senior Coordinator for the Smallholder and Agri-SME Finance and Investment Network, SAFIN, here at IFAD. I'm really pleased to see this group take on the issue of blended finance, as it's a topic that we've been trying to address as a network since we launched our landmark report on blended finance in agriculture in 2020 with Convergence Blended Finance. I'm also really pleased that Andrea pointed out the issue of demand side challenges that need to be addressed in order to really move the needle in this space. And however, I think that many of the demand side challenges are structural in nature and then can't just be addressed with TA. So I would say, for example, that while it's really helpful to align donors around these issues, and I'm really glad, as I said, to see that and to see this report, which I will read more carefully, I promise. I like the idea of the knowledge hub and this sort of alignment around the various actors that are in the space, but they are common actors. And so I would suggest that while you do that, think about how that's going to work, that you will engage existing structures and mechanisms that already exist, relationships that have been built across the ecosystem so that we can try and deal with some of the structural issues that need to be addressed in a holistic way. So we stand ready to work with you, of course, on that. So thank you.
Great. I'm going to take, sorry, Tristan, I'm going to make you wait till after. But can I take one more? And then I'm going to ask Andrea and Paul to come in, and Ashani if she wants.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Frank from GIZ. I work for a project on youth employment, among others also in Kenya. So one question to Paul, for your solar agri-tech business, what have been the financial requirements to sustain the business? That would be interesting to understand. And maybe one question to you for the report from the Shamba Center. Did you also look at needs of youth to access to finance, both on working capital, maybe also towards the startup direction? That would be interesting to understand.
Thank you. Brian and Tristan, I'm going to wait till after the break. Andrea, can you start by answering the questions around, there were a whole lot of questions around pipeline. There were a whole lot of questions about the additionality. How do you really ensure that development, sustainable development additionality? And this question that came about the need. Could ask question about what, you know, if technical, how much technical assistance, and Nadia's question on technical assistance not being enough, how do we approach the drivers? Please just answer all the questions. No, there were a few that weren't directed at you.
Is my mic? Yeah. Okay, maybe I'll start just with some clarifications and to answer the question about smallholder farmers size and SMEs. In the case of Aceli, we don't provide direct financing to anyone. We offer incentives to the financial market. So we mostly work primarily with commercial banks, local non-banking financial institutions, as well as several CSAF members, and offer incentives so that they can take investment decisions to invest in the agriculture SME market. And in the case of Aceli, the loans that are supported are exclusively to SMEs, not to smallholder farmers. In general, smallholder farmer definition, often around 2 hectares, depending on the sector and the geography. The SMEs that Aceli supports have minimum requirements around the number of employees and or number of smallholder farmers that are linked to those SMEs and therefore linked to markets. And I think that this actually ties in well to answer the questions around nutrition and climate as well. So in Aceli, something that we do in addition to offering the base rate incentives, we also offer bonuses in certain impact areas. So the origination incentives, which defray transaction costs, and the risk guarantee, each can go upwards in percentage points based on the impact areas that are reached by those SMEs. So we've actually targeted food security and nutrition as one of the impact areas. About 50% of the loans that Aceli supports qualify for the food security nutrition bonus. And we also have bonuses around climate, youth, and gender. In climate in particular, and also in youth, it's been harder to find SMEs that fit those requirements and can earn those bonuses. So that's something we're innovating currently in how we can adjust our incentives to reach those specific impact areas that are not as accessible in the countries that we work in, the market that we work in, compared to food security or women-owned businesses and women-led businesses. So one of the ways that we're doing that is lowering the transaction size down to 15,000 when previously it was 25,000, because we see that there are many organizations that are even smaller, but are youth-owned, just getting started, maybe implementing new climate investment technologies and need financing for that. So we hope that we can reach more of those by increasing the impact bonus calculation and also lowering the transaction size. By lowering the transaction size, we will inevitably be lowering our leverage ratio, but we think that the impact and additionality is worthwhile at the trade-off of the leverage ratio going down. What other questions?
I think we're going to Paul because
Yeah.
we need the coffee break and we still have 5 more speakers. So Paul.
Good. I'm just going to quickly.
Paul, you just put yourself back on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
It's only taken me 5 years to learn that trick, and never fails. I wanted 2 or 3 points very quickly, picking up where I am between you and coffee. The point Andrea just made in terms of a specific lowering from 25,000 to 15,000 is so super important. And in the context of those youth-led businesses and the youth-led on the agri side who understand the fusion of digital, AI, ML, all of that, the ability to create businesses which inject into the market. I think that point is, that's the specificity needed to get money into the market. Okay. Now let me go back to gloomy mode a little bit. On the final question around the financing needs of our business, which failed after 10 years. Just look, what happened was our best ever sales month was August 2020 into COVID. We thought we'd be in trouble. So again, it's a small business, but we were doing $320,000 of sales that month in Western Kenya to small family farms and sort of SME, sub-SME. It's very difficult to silo. We know there's a spectrum from family farm up to small SME, up to SME. And I think that's one of the challenges. But to answer the financing question, that business ultimately failed for 2 reasons. We had a private debt provider out of Hong Kong who withdrew the debt facility, breaking all covenants, breaking every legal component of the agreement overnight on August the 20th, when we had our best ever sales figure. We were an investable business by 2016. The key issue in terms of that question was we had our debt facility removed. The MFIs ultimately stepped forward and replace the debt facility. It took nearly a year to do that, right? And so we were a business which was sound, investable. Thank God we moved it to Brazil subsequently, but it was simply a time factor in terms of, and the bureaucratic component of replacing finance in the market when something really bad has happened to a small, viable business. And I'm wary of the time and sorry for racing here. So that's to the financing question. The insurance, reinsurance, that whole infrastructure in terms of actually making blended finance fly, whether it's the parametric piece, whether it's satellite surveillance and the ability to get down to 3 meters resolution on land use, absolutely key. The key to all of it for the small and medium-sized farmers is the ability to transact when a parametric signal is passed on weather or on flood or any of those things, and get money into the pocket through the mobile money system. M-Pesa is world standard. We all know that. And the more that we have in and around the LDCs of that intersection between the insurers, the reinsurers behind them, and the ability to respond through better data in terms of difficulties around food security and land use and climate, that's going to be incredibly powerful in actually freeing up blended finance. And let me pick the final one, which is nutrition. Could not agree more in terms of that specificity. What we don't want to do is replace malnutrition with obesity. So I've had the privilege to work for the last few years with the scaling up nutrition alliance in the context of their financial group. And I think that they're making real inroads in terms of the fusion between the specificity of actually delivering nutrition, not just empty calories, to whether it's first mile communities or in the urban context. And it's worthwhile having a look at the Sun Alliance financial group work, which is unfolding now. So look, there's so many rich questions. I'll certainly join again after the coffee break. And again, forgive for Formula One delivery, but it really is a rich feast, and I hope I'm making some sense.
Thanks, Paul. It's fantastic what you're saying. We also had a comment from Songbei Lee from USAID, who's online, talking about the work that USAID is doing in the nutrition space, talking about a facility that GAIN has set up together with Incofin called the N3F. So we'll hear about that more when we come back from the break. With your permission, GDPRD colleagues, I'm going to say 10-minute break and then come back. There's a lot of people in this room that want to speak. There's a lot more people online that want to speak. I think there's a big energy here. Let's grab our coffees, 10 minutes, and come back and let's continue the discussion. Thank you. Yeah. Hi. So the people who are in Zoom, I'm just trying to get everybody back in the room and then we will start. Peter Bays, I'm going to start with you and then I'm going to move to Hamid, Hamrani, and yes will be after Hamid. So I'm going to call on you guys as soon as I can get everybody back in the room.
Okay, fine with me.
Thank you. Okay, so as everybody is quickly making their way back into the room, we had two more comments coming from the Zoom room. We had a comment from Zakaria Isaku about the importance of the stability of the macroeconomic context for helping enable the financing strategy for agri-SMEs. Paul, if you're still there, I might ask you to just answer Zakaria in the chat. I'm not going to give you a chance to speak again, but if you could maybe address that question in the chat about how important, in your experience, how important is the macroeconomic environment for influencing these financing strategies? And then we have a second question, and I don't know if there's other colleagues from ASAILI in the chat room, but a question from Andrew Ayaku, more a comment about ASAILI based on data lowered the minimum threshold of loans from 25 to 15. Yeah, so he mentioned the point that you read. Okay, thank you. That's good. Okay, so online we have seven more speakers to go in this last just over an hour. And I will open the floor in the middle to get some more questions and comments from people. I want to start with Peter Bays, who's joining us virtually. He's the program manager and regional thematic advisor for SDC, the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation. We've got a bunch of SDC colleagues or have had them in the room for the last 2 days, but Peter's really the finance guy at SDC. SDC's certainly been one of the strongest proponents in the donor community on blended finance. And in particular, you, Peter, are very persuaded by this results-based financing or this outcome-based financing that we've spoken about earlier this morning. What are your reactions to what you've heard today, to our findings, and where do you think the donor community needs to go? Peter.
Yeah, thank you very much for this. I'm personally a fan of results-based finance, of course, but I'm even more a fan of impact-linked finance. This is a small but important distinction because it's at the intersection of result-based finance, blended finance, and impact investing. And you can do result-based finance within every project. Makes sense. If your car's broken down and you fix it, and it's let it fix, and it's not fixed, you don't want to pay. So it's better to pay for results that are achieved. But in impact-linked finance, what we try is to work with market-based organizations, like for instance, RCD does it via the organization, the national finance, local finance organizations, with SMEs, local SMEs. So with a market-based approach as much as possible. And what is very much related to your point with the leverage and the recommendations, it's a lot about catalytic finance. So we want to catalyze private sector investment. We all have the problem that there's not enough money flowing into our countries, into agri-SMEs, in the sector in general. And we have very little money to spend, these big gaps, and we're small donors. We just don't have enough money. So we need to be very selective and need to be very, very targeted. That's why we try to go in the direction of impact-linked finance, where the difference is we pay for the impact achieved, and under the condition that it is catalyzing private efforts, like impact investing and everything else. And what we try to achieve, because we are so small, is to be very targeted as well. So it's a question of how can we do with our money drip irrigation. And impact-linked finance allows us drip irrigation, so we can go to specific sectors, to specific impacts we want to achieve. You have heard the long list of ACEDI, what they are supporting. So that's what we want to achieve. A little bit of money here, then leveraging a lot of private sector effort. And I don't want to go too much into detail about these leverage ratios. The harder the context, the more complicated the country, the more difficult the sector, the lower your leverage ratio. So 4 is already quite good. If you can go up to 9 or 10, that would be fantastic. Everything beyond is probably you're no longer additional. And anyway, leverage is just an interesting figure for politicians and to have an idea about magnitudes. More important is where the money flows and where the really impact is done with it. And that's the heart of result-based finance, outcome-based finance, impact-linked finance. We need to make sure that we can channel the money where the most impact is made. This is, of course, an ex-ante estimation, but it's again, I'm pointing to our city because they are quite sophisticated. It's you think where the most potential is, and this is what you try to favor with your subsidies. And either the subsidy goes, in this case, to the financial sector, or it can go directly to the SMEs, the agri-SMEs that are creating the most value. And in terms of the most value for small farmers, smallholder farmers, the final target group, those that need this support. So I think that is, from my point, very, very important in terms of these recommendations. And then there's, of course, the value of collaborating. I think we very much need to work together, the donor community, to complement each other. We have so many restrictions, each of us, and I'm lucky SDC is relatively flexible, but there's so many restrictions that I think it's a big value if there are several of us around the table, so we can be more flexible. Think of geographic earmarking. You may be restricted to a few countries only, because that's your priority countries or something like this. If you pull up with others, perhaps that are not your priority countries where the project wants to work and can work, but somebody else. So you can complement each other, and of course you can pool funds for joint research and filling up gaps. So I think that is very important that we more and more collaborate and exchange what works and what doesn't work, close gaps in research. I think ACEDI, colleagues from CSAF, they are doing a terrific job here, being very transparent and saying what's not working and where the gaps are, and we have to help to close these different gaps. I hope I answered more or less your question.
Great. Thank you so much, Peter. Very, very powerful message. Let's talk about impact finance. Slight difference with results-based, but an important difference. And I think given how much this issue of impact came out, let's talk about impact finance, be selective and targeted. Where the money flows to is more important than how much money is flowing. So this sort of tension between how much we want that leverage ratio of 1 to 10 that excites me, but actually that's meaning we're probably having less impact. And the value of collaboration. And I like what you added, Peter, about this collaboration is not about everybody coming together and all doing the same thing. It's about complementing each other. Seeing, you know, whether there's different priority countries and how each donor can, you know, geographic earmarking, I think you said, pools of finance for joint research. I now want to turn to Hamid Rani, who's a senior advisor to food systems for the future. And we spoke to Hamid and we asked him to speak because Hamid's actually written an interesting piece on why finance ministries need to invest in food security. And he's currently working with a sovereign wealth fund in Rwanda on blended finance. And, you know, much more important work being done with sovereign wealth funds in the past as well. So, Hamid, can you tell us what you've learned about blending in the food and ag sector and where you think we should be going?
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to speak. You know, in the blended finance, I don't need to repeat, there's a lot of challenges. Also, there's obviously good work, but really addressing, I think the biggest contribution can come is from sovereign wealth funds. And I think that's where the matter will be addressed and de-risked. And let me talk about it how. So what we are sort of proposing is that the sovereign wealth funds can be used to monetize the government assets. So for example, if you look at Rwanda, okay, 40% of the food is wasted. Okay, and a reason of that, the reason, and this is almost the same percentages in entire Africa, you know, if you go. And the reason is because the warehouses, you know, are not sort of there, or if they are there, they're not equipped well. The refrigeration is quite weak. So how do we address that? So what we are trying to do in Rwanda through the Sovereign Wealth Fund is to monetize those government warehouses and then basically bring them as an equity investment for an investment entity. And there we basically are partnering with the Hinga Wunguki, which is the USAID and CNFA team, which we are at the moment literally contemplating an MOU, where basically they will provide the technical assistance. And because it's a government sovereign wealth fund, which brings in the equity invested without any cash outlay, the technical expertise comes from Hinga Wunguki, USAID. You know, you can see significant de-risking straight away there with regards to a single dollar being written in terms of making that investment. And this is the essence of the innovative, collaborative funding model is really all about. So once you bring in, then what we are also sort of thinking of what we are doing, it is actually happening literally, is we are also addressing the ticket size, that Andrea mentioned with regards to working with the cooperatives, you know. So here we have basically, in fact, right now, the Rwanda Sovereign Wealth Fund has got a rice cultivating facility, rice milling facility, where basically, do you know what we have done is we have basically given the cooperatives 60% of the share. And there, all the farmers are benefiting. And this is one of the successful bottom line companies straight away. Because what they need is the cooperatives cannot afford big machinery. So here comes, the government arm, there comes the CNFA technical capacity coming in. So that's where the ticket size is addressed. And then, as Andrea mentioned, one of the requirements is connecting the technical assistance. So that's how we are connecting the technical assistance. And this is where significantly the project, the investment is de-risked. And of course, with the government arm there, what happens is we are also aspiring to attract concessional finance. And, there's a lot of concessional finance available in African countries. And So that significantly addresses the interest cost as well, because one of the burden in Africa is the interest cost because of the currency devaluation. Zakaria mentioned about the macroeconomic impact, which is absolutely right, because if you have an interest cost, government sovereign bond cost 10-year in Rwanda is 12.770. So if government is borrowing at 12.770, just imagine what is a smallholder. I mean, forget about his ability or whatever. I mean, what would be the cost? I can tell you is over 20%. So this is where this concessional finance comes in, and this investee mechanism where you have the sovereign wealth fund, where you have Henga Runguki doesn't come as an investor, but comes up providing the technical assistance. So that reduces the working capital for us. So we don't need to then hire agronomics and all these people because Henga Runguki provides this. Then we have concessional finance. So once you significantly de-risk, I think it also addresses the important point that you have addressed in your report, which is DFI risk. So here we are mitigating the risk for DFIs and also for the donors. And in that innovative collaborative fund that we have developed is basically provides for, and it has happened, it's a reality, which what it provides for is basically over the years, as the business starts making money, you sign a donor agreement where the donor gets repaid. So it also provides for a refinancing mechanism for the donors. So donors, having seen the risk mitigated, the capital hopefully getting paid back, there you got a model which really significantly addresses. Now, how do we convince a sovereign wealth fund to invest? And this is where, as you mentioned earlier, that we have done what we have done in the paper, and I would urge you to please circulate that paper. You have the link, which basically talks about how much finance ministries can significantly sort of mitigate the fiscal risk, with regards by just moving into healthy diets. So here we have sort of given an example of Oxford University, Dr. Marco Springman's work through Lancet and Planet Health Study. What we have done is we have updated those figures from 2017 to 2021. And we looked at what Marco has looked at it is basically what is the saving when you sort of move to healthy diets? And what is the saving if you reduce the food wastage? And according to the 2021 figures, you're talking about 57 billion, for UK, itself. And we got it for at least 6 countries that we have given, or 5 countries in the paper. This is an incentive. The second thing as a finance, because I obviously worked as a finance minister's advisor in Oman, and I can tell you, they are not aware, the finance ministers are not really aware of all the figures that we are talking about, that how much land degradation is costing us, how much biodiversity, diversity is, obesity is costing. You're talking about several $trillion. So if, say, for example, the governments are not going to address this, the finance ministries, they're really looking for a humongous fiscal strain when they have to go and sort of invest to sort of improve the soils, because at the moment, the current agriculture practices are really sort of affecting the soils quite bad. If they're not going to address the obesity, it's costing, Chatham House study is saying that it's costing businesses, in only 16 economies around sort of like between 130 billion to 800 billion, you're talking about lost tax revenues, let alone, in African countries where child sort of stunting is so significant, you're talking about economic growth loss. So I think that is really the essence of what we are proposing at GFFN and FSF, where we are talking about let's get the sovereign wealth funds lead this blended finance and bring in all the players in a very structural way for basically collaboration. And I think that's the way forward. I'll pause here. If there is any questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
That's great, and a very powerful message on the role of sovereign wealth funds, but not just the sovereign wealth funds, that interesting mix of how you use the sovereign wealth funds with the technical assistance and the concessional financing to have the de-risking. I'm going to pass now to Fariza Dalal, who's actually with us here. So Fariza is the investment officer for manufacturing, agribusiness and services at Propaco, which is the French DFI. She's actually wrongly titled in your speaker bio. So if what you have in your speaker bio pack is not the right title. She is with Propaco and not with Asali. Fariza, we spoke to Fariza because as many of you might recall, last year, France, when they had the EU presidency, launched the Farm initiative to respond to the food crisis. And one of the things that Farm has done has given finance to Propaco to take what we call this first loss funding. So the highest risk type of loan that you can give that most development banks and commercial lenders are not willing to take. But the French government gave through Farm this financing to Propaco to take this first loss funding. This is new. So we'd like to learn from you about how it's working. Are you hopeful that this is the start of something big? And what else would you like to sort of give as messages to the audience here today? Fariza.
Is it working? Yeah, okay. So thank you for the platform and thank you for Shamba to give the floor to a DFI that finance private sector. I think this is a really good initiative to be inclusive and having other actors that have, a view of the ground. First, I just want to address, because I've heard DFIs allocating money, not taking risk appetite and everything, that I just want to more define what Propaco as a French DFIs do. First of all, we're a bank. So let's start from that. We are banks, so we have duties in terms of prudential ratios. We have accountability obligations towards the French government, but also to the stakeholders. And given that in mind, I really wanted to address that point of having these mandates of being profitable for the stakeholders, but also, let's say, more risk appetites. And there's also a third pillar that is DFIs also don't just look at financial risk, they also look at environmental and social good practice and KYC. And this is key when it comes to risk appetite, because there's one risk that you can't really, let's say, measure, is the environmental and social. When it comes to child labor, when it comes to use of pesticide, this is something that DFIs have to look to. There's a duty for them. And so this is a challenge that we cover in the field every day. So since we are a bank and we finance ourselves the markets, the management of resources is also a concern for DFIs. And being catalytic is one of our core, strategy. And this is what we do. And someone in the audience was mentioning using the existing tools. So as a DFIs, we do provide senior debt, sure, but not in competition with commercial. Becomes when no one will finance that with longer terms, with, let's say, easier covenants, for example. And sometimes we come as, let's say, a junior lenders when commercial banks come with cheaper rates and with a really shorter term. So this is kind of a partnership that we do. And additionality is something for us that is a core major issue. When it comes also to being catalytic, we cover, you mentioned earlier the problematic of foreign currency versus local currency, and this is a real issue. And given the increase of the rates at the moment, sometimes commercial bank lending in foreign currency are not competitive at all. So what Propacos do on a daily basis is that they provide financing to local banks, but with dedicated portfolio loans. So when it comes, for example, to agriculture, we identify at the very beginning what kind of projects we will finance, and the bank will dedicate the funds to those projects with the monitoring when it comes to ENS impacts and everything. We also provide trade finance to support, for example, when it comes to food security, unfortunately, countries that depend on imports. And this is something that we need to face. That's not only like, let's provide, agriculture produced locally, but the reality is that there's a lot to come to that stage, and import is still there, and it's still a reality. So Propaco provides also trade finance. And these are the existing tools. We also provide an anchor role, for example, with agribusiness corporates when we select corporates that we feel that they have an impact on structuring the sector or having, let's say, implemented value scales from small farmers to transformations locally, we help them to diversify the financing, because this is something that is really specific to agriculture. Agricultural activities is really needy in cash. So they need the financing of a working capital. This is something that is really risky because it's expensive, there's no collateral provided. And this is something that as DFIs, to be more catalytic, this is something now that we will provide, is financing investment, but also provide financing of working capital. And this is for, like, let's say, big actors that have a role also to play in field in terms of research and developments, creating values on, on the sector. This is something that we look at. And when it comes to this focus that we have, because the blended finance in DFIs is something that's not something that is new. It's just that there were other, priorities. So when it comes to energy, infrastructure, health, this is something that blended finance comes to play with in terms of concessional loans, or when there's partnership between public and private. So DFIs comes as a blinder financer. But the new reality now is how we target those agricultural SMEs. As you mentioned appropriately, this missing middle. And so this is new, even for DFIs. And we faced all that you mentioned in terms of players that are not really structures, that don't have awareness of environmental and social. What about, family business that are really, really far off from those issues that concerns, the majority of us and donors, especially because there's political issues behind that. And to try to bring that bridge between those actors on field and donors, I think DFIs has a role to play because of the network. I mean, DFIs have networks locally, regional hubs. They do partnerships, they invest in funds, in impact funds. So this network is already existing. So I think this is really a good initiative that you bring DFIs dedicated to private sector on the table, because then you will see that there's a network already there. And that's when the French government comes with this initiative, they say, okay, we have to focus on food security. This is a priority to SDG 2. So we have the network, we have IFT, which is public, and we have Coparco that is private. So the farm program comes with 4 pillars, trying to have like a comprehensive, let's say, way to address food security and especially SMEs. So there was pillar, and you mentioned before the lack of structuring of businesses, and there's this advisory services provided by a fund that we are also investing in that fund. There's expertise, so expertise of the French people coming on site and trying to give this technical assistance that is required to provide, let's say, structuration, governance issue, but also how to improve the crops. And then we have Coparco. And the new thing about this farm is that it allows us to go a bit deeper and to lower the amount of investment. Because as I mentioned earlier, DFIs, they have accountability when it comes to ENS. Then it means due diligence, having people on site, trying to improve the practice of the SMEs. And this is time and money for them. So this is something that they are reluctant to say, okay, this is too complicated. I see where you're coming with goodwill, good intentions, but for us on a daily basis, this is difficult. And with this de-risking program, it allows us to come with more technical assistance, reaching actors that are riskier. And the way we wanted to implement that is on 2 things. First, going to really small targets, small farmers through microfinance. And you mentioned in your program, these like really dedicated and risky risky program that otherwise Proparco wouldn't do without this farm, but also blending the farm with bigger actors and having de-risking, but not 100% of the loan, but maybe 50. So then we can keep the allocations of farm to other projects. And so this is new, this is challenging, I feel, because this is an education to provide also to our hubs to see what are the challenges, because even though this is blended finance, this is de-risk, there's still risk that we were not willing to take when it comes to child labor, use of pesticide and everything, and this is not about money. So far so good. So the program started, and now all the money is allocated. It's not dispersed, but it's allocated. And we're hoping that this will be renewed. And the good thing about this blending situation is that it gives focus on agriculture, on food security, on NSMEs. And it gives, I think, for us, people awareness that this is a major issue that needs to be taken into account, because it depends, you know, climate is a problem, health is a problem, education is also a challenge. But when it comes to food security, having this program gives a focus, alignment on this, and I think it is a good thing.
Great, thank you. So working well, I guess I'm having microphone problems continually. Very powerful message from a DFI that their mandate is being profitable. So they can't just forsake that. Their rules tell them that. But I think importantly to think about the message that Paul sent us about, are the DFIs fit for purpose for this purpose of raising that finance? But I think important messages about risk. It's not just, the banks don't only look at financial risk, they're also looking at the environmental and social risk. And the ag and food sector is risky on all levels. This is a reality. Yeah. Okay, I know that Brian and Tristan and Paul want to take the floor again. Paul wanted to respond on the SWFs. I do want to let a few more speakers take the floor. Then I will open the floor to the three of you and some others. So the next speaker, again, very different perspective now. It's Agnes Johan, who is the head of blended finance at Rabobank Partnerships. She's here because she's actually working with Rabo on this fund that some of you may have heard of called Agri3. And it's a fund between Rabobank, the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs, MFO, the Dutch FMO, sorry, the Dutch DFI, the Dutch Development Bank. And it's basically about credit enhancing for Rabo to make it easier to provide affordable loans. So Agnes, can you share with us what you think, I mean, building on from what Fariz has shared with us, what do you think the role of the DFIs are and the importance of blended finance in this sector? And yes, we can't hear you. Your sound is not working. You do look unmuted, so I don't know if it's a problem with the audio. No. So, and yes, I'm going to let you maybe disconnect and reconnect to see if the audio can fix, and maybe some of the colleagues from the GDPRD can help. I'll go to someone else and then I'll bring you back. So we will hear from Agnes, I hope. So our next speaker is Songbei Lee from USAID. He's the team lead on agriculture finance at USAID. We have heard over the last few days about this new financing for agricultural SMEs in Africa fund that USAID has launched with a few others. Songbei, you're a strong advocate for donors to be able to share data and to make decisions based on this data to help target the missing middle. We've heard data come up a lot this morning. So can you tell us what you think the donor community should be doing in this space?
Sure, thank you. And I'm just trying to also watch my time. To lead up to that, answering that question and getting to that new facility that you mentioned, I want to start out by saying a little a little different take on blended finance. I think blended finance, as I think a great quote was, capital mobilized is a figure that politicians are interested in. I think a blended finance, or at least what I like to focus on, is the data we can collect and the innovation that it can create. In some ways, I think of blended finance just as an interim measure until we get the right policies and regulations in place that allow the DFIs or require them to do more developmental funding, but they're not set up to do that yet. Same with our commercial banks. So I think that, you know, in the end, blended finance is all about buying impact, but we just don't have very good data on the impact we're buying. And it's also, I think, very much like a lab. And I've heard someone call it a petri dish. And so a lot of things aren't going to work, but we're going to experiment, and hopefully the things that do work are the things that will be adopted by local governments in the future. So the example I was going to talk about is been talked about so much, and I'm happy to hear, but I'm going to bring it up again, and it's Aceli Africa. And that's a project that we work on. It's how I met Peter. It's an incentive facility working in East Africa. I just want to point out, it was mentioned, someone characterized it as a guarantee facility. It is an incentive facility. I also want to just address Andrea's point about the 4 times leverage by convergence versus 10 times for Aceli. You know, a big difference there is 4 times convergence number focuses on funds, and the 10 times is more directed towards incentives at banks. One way to think of it, if you buy a house in the US, you put 20% down on your home purchase, that's 4 times leverage, right? Whereas when you are a bank or an MFI, you make a loan, you have to put loan loss reserve aside. And the incentive from Aceli is more like the loan loss reserve. So Aceli overall, if I'd characterize it a different way, is trying to put a price on the impact that donors should be paying for. So the point I'd want to emphasize is they're trying to create a market price for impact. And to do that, they need to have very rigorous data that's comparable, that's transparent, that's standardized. And when you have a market price, that's going to create competition to deliver that impact at the lowest possible cost. So that is also what we want to do with FASA, which is recently announced by Norway and USAID. It stands for Financing Agricultural Agri-SMEs in Africa. And this is, Aceli works at the loan level. We want to know how to create a market price for first loss. If you have 2 funds coming to you, how do you know which one you should support? One, the other, both? And what is the actual benefit you're getting, the development impact? And I'm, of course, repeating what people have already been saying. What is the development impact we're getting? Because there's so much focus on just the leverage. I definitely think we should collect data and build the evidence base. I would also emphasize, I think, what Safin said earlier, that I would definitely focus on not creating something new. Build on existing infrastructure, and there's partners out there. We gave money to Safin with the requirement for research, with the requirement that they do the research with somebody else. And the last point I'll make with my time is the role of DFIs. This is an interesting topic. Who should it, I'd also put in there, who should invest first loss? So the focus has always been on private capital, engaging the private sector. And as the convergence data tells us, it's mostly DFIs. And a lot of people think that's a bad thing. I think it's natural. I think there's first of all, DFIs are a commercial financial institution. Along the spectrum of capital from grants to commercial, they're much closer to regular commercial banks. Donors, we give grants. So I think that donors should crowd in DFIs and DFIs should crowd in the private sector. In other words, it's the donors that should provide the first loss to crowd in the DFIs, and the DFIs should never be in the same tranche, or should never, that's too strong a word. I don't see a reason why a DFI in the fund structure should be at the same level as the private sector, because they're not crowding them in, then they're investing side by side with them. And it's the donor that has to make sure that they are the ones measuring the development impact and keeping the DFIs accountable to make sure that all the money we're putting in is addition. So I'll stop there.
Excellent. Thank you, Songbei. Very, very powerful messages, reinforcing some of this impact messaging we heard earlier. It's all about buying impact, but we can't buy impact if we don't have the data to buy that impact. So a strong call for data. And, you know, you talked about a marketplace for data that's comparable, transparent, and standardized. And that FASA's role, which I think is very interesting, is really to create a market price for that first loss funding, that really highest risk lending. And then your last point that I thought was really relevant was this issue of crowding in. Like, are the donors crowding out the DFIs? Are the DFIs crowding out the private sector? And I liked how you worded it, that donors should be the ones providing the first loss to crowd in the DFIs. I think like the example of what France has done with Propaco. But then the DFIs should also not be providing the same type of finance that the private sector is investing in. How we do that, I don't know. Agnes, I think her sound is now working. So let's pass over to Agnes. I hope we can hear you now, Agnes. Oh, that's perfect.
Does it work? Yeah, good. So my apologies for that. Yeah, and I think I need to keep it a bit short, right? We're running out of time. Did I get that right?
Yeah, go for it. You have like 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So many thanks for having me. I'm heading the blended finance team at Rabo Partnership. So that's a really commercial bank in the Netherlands, and we are very much food and agri focused. So the topic of today is very close to heart. I think you're asking me on the role of the DFIs. Of course, as a commercial bank, we see them sometimes operating in our space. If it's direct lending to underlying commercial parties, of course, the DFI model is rather expensive, right? So they always need to look at the bigger deals. Now, bigger deals tend to have a better balance sheet. So sometimes we're looking at the same counterparts, but usually we get together quite well. I think when we talk about agri SMEs and then say targeting the smaller players in that market, and especially in emerging markets, there's no way that the DFIs can do that directly. Now, in the past, we've seen DFIs giving loans to commercial banks with the mandate of saying, here you have funding, it comes at an interesting rate. I want you to finance female entrepreneurs in agri SMEs, not bigger than a turnover of this. Stop. And I think that conceptually doesn't work, because you're asking these commercial banks, these local banks, to move into a market segment that is not familiar to them, right? They are supposed to take the risk. DFI is only giving the liquidity, not taking the risk. So we've seen now DFIs developing also risk sharing mechanisms, which I think is really important. But I think if we often talk about TA and how to apply TA money, I think we shouldn't forget the TA that is needed actually to bring these local commercial banks, so you will, or MBFIs up to speed in their knowledge. Okay, how am I going to finance the agricultural sector? What is my role there? How do I manage the risk? Yeah, also given that a lot of these entities do not have collateral, right? So you need to build in other credit scoring mechanisms. And I think sometimes that is a step that is forgotten. I think that's also why we are quite a big fan of the ASELI program, because it's new. It brings that part as well. And it allows these banks to build up a credit history in a segment that is not familiar to them. And so then over time, they can do it themselves. I just wanted to highlight one thing, given that there's a lot of donors in the audience here today. There's always this healthy distrust maybe to work a little bit with the private sector. And when Rabobank started to set up the Agri3 fund, we had to work with our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we actually noted that even though we all spoke Dutch or English in that case, there's a real different way of looking at the things, or the way you look at impact, or the way you look at time. For example, if you work in a commercial bank, time is just much faster than if you work at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where you have annual budgets, or when you work at the EU. And so it's a lot of time needed to get this common understanding. But I think the problems in the food and agri space, in the food security space, and the climate, it all comes together, and it's so big that I think it's worthwhile of all of us to spend this time to sit around the table to create that mutual understanding and try to overcome that distrust, because we do need to work together. And then if I can add one little item, which I think is really important for everybody to understand, if you're setting up another fund or if you're setting up another initiative with multiple donor parties around the table, I think Peter was already saying the collaboration and looking for the complementarity is really important. I've also seen that sometimes when a new party comes in, they have additional requirements in terms of impact targets or impact focus. And sometimes that makes the proposition of a particular fund manager so difficult, because you're looking for assets that tick all the boxes, and then they're just not there. And then you see what happens, for example, with the CSAF members. Our rural fund is also part of that. Yeah, everybody is looking at the same counterpart, right? And I think that's something we all need to realize, that if you come up with new requirements, it's not only difficult, it's also costly in terms of reporting. It's costly in terms of finding the right asset, and yeah, that is also eating up the ODA or the very scarce concessional funding. Yeah? And I think in terms of efficiencies, that's maybe something we could also take into account when setting up new initiatives. So I'll keep it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And yes, very important messages. And I think if those donors that have been part of setting up funds can maybe comment on that, because it is a thing we hear a lot about, these constant demands of more and more impact and a longer list of impacts, and then different impacts every time the CFS comes up with a new set of voluntary guidelines, there's more impact. How do we deal with that? But thank you. And yes, very important messages. I'm going to pass over to one more of our speakers, and then I'll open the floor for a bit, and then we will have 3 more speakers. So I'm going to now pass over to Jean-Marc Kilolo, who's an economist in the Innovative Finance and Capital Markets Division of UNECA, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. So we spoke to UNECA, not specifically to Jean-Marc, but some of his colleagues, about a scorecard that they are proposing so that local lenders will be more comfortable to use their own balance sheets to finance the missing middle. Jean-Marc, can you tell us a bit more about how this will work, what your idea is, and why it's so innovative?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. So regarding the scorecard, I've not been really involved very much into it, but I welcome this idea. I think the importance of having a scorecard is really to standardize the screening process of potential SME who seek for financing. As Agnès Joanne rightly pointed, coming up in a new space, funding agri-food can be difficult for commercial bank because they don't have any expertise. So when there is that scorecard established, it becomes a bit easier for them to follow the screening procedure. Before joining, many years ago, before joining the Economic Commission for Africa, I used to work in a bank in Canada, and we follow a very standardized process when screening out application for loans. And I think this is this echo also to what is mentioned in the report as to building capacity of lenders, right? So it becomes very easier if they can follow a process. I want also allude to some of the elements that has been pointed out in the report, and that really attract my attention. The idea of this blended finance being targeting the missing middle, right? Because what is said in the report is that those SMEs, agri-food SMEs, are too big to benefit from microfinance and too small to interest commercial banks. Why is that? Because, of course, there are many issues that they face, difficulty to meet bank requirements in terms of collaterals. There is also a question of capacity gap, keeping financial records, governance, marketing, etc. So this prevent them to get into that space. So this is what I can say on this. And also what is important and attracted my attention is, as Mr. Lee said, don't reinvent the wheel. Build on existing institutions, and I will add onto that existing experience. Microfinance started as something very idealistic. How can you lend to the poor? Speaking from Africa, we have seen that even private commercial banks have entered that space. They have opened affiliates that focus on microfinance. I think there is much to learn from the microfinance industry. And when it comes to research, in experience that I've came across in the DRC, Frankfurt School of Management from Germany has teamed with Université Protestante du Congo to set up the Macrofinance Center, where students, master students, write some essay, report, thesis on issue related to microfinance. They educate people, and it becomes very, so they create an amount of knowledge to inform decision-making by the banking sector, by microfinance institutions, and also by policymakers, how to set up an appropriate scene for microfinance. I think blended finance can learn and leverage those experience to really scale up this very, I think, disruptive initiative. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Jean-Marc. The importance of the scorecard, sorry, to standardize the screening process of SMEs who are seeking finance. The importance of not reinventing the wheel and learning from the experiences of microfinance, because there's a huge amount of learning and knowledge that's come from there. Okay, I'm going to open the floor now for a bit, and then I'll come back to our speakers. I haven't forgotten you, our three last speakers, but I will open the floor for a bit. So I'll start with Tristan, then Brian, and then Paul. And others who want to raise their hand, please do.
Thanks, Carin and the team. I found this like really, really thought-provoking and rich discussion. It's great to see so many different perspectives being provided with the speakers. But sadly, the longer I've been waiting to ask my question, the longer they've become. So they're not really questions; they're more reflections from the perspective of a bilateral and multilateral donor. And I guess sort of stepping back a little bit, you know, most of us are not trained in finance. We're not finance specialists. We're agricultural specialists, or we're aid specialists. I think there's probably a need, not just in the language that's used around this sector, but also I think it could be strengthened by by sort of the proponents of blended finance and sort of fund managers to better understand the perspective of the donor in all of this. You know, we have different drivers, often quite political drivers, and we have limited funds, and we have to choose. You know, there are considerations for us, including, I guess, visibility, profile, transparency, which are really critical to get decisions over the line. And I think what Songbei and Agnes came forward with, I think really resonated for me, that idea that this is about the cost of impact, and we really do need to know what that impact is. We need to be able to quantify it. We need to be able to link the dollars, the taxpayers' dollars that we've put in with the impact that we're buying, and data is absolutely critical. And where there are data gaps there, I think the risk for us will remain complicated, and I think we'll remain hesitant. You know, the other thing is that you know, in terms of the sort of the choices that we have to make, there's also the opportunity to leverage private finance in other ways. Like blended finance is only one of the mechanisms that we have at our disposal. And some of the other mechanisms do at this stage offer us a little bit more of that transparency, visibility, and accountability. Even if the leverage ratios are not as high, and obviously, we want to optimize kind of across our portfolios a bit of and balance the risk between, perhaps some very high leveraging investments and some other investments that perhaps aren't so high leveraging, but are much more visible in terms of the impact that we're buying, and the knowledge that we can share about that. I guess the other thing, and I mean, I would include there things like AMCs, prize challenges, contract farming, in the ag space, where essentially what we're doing is we are de-risking in our quite directly for the private sector that are involved in those value chains. The other sort of a couple of thoughts, particularly from the beginning of the presentation around SDG 2 and framing this around SDG 2. Whilst I think that's a really great aim, I do wonder whether smallholders should be the target here. I think if we're talking about food availability and access, directing a blended finance perhaps towards a little bit higher up the value chain may in fact be a better bang for buck. Actually often the issue is not that there isn't enough food, it's that smallholders don't have enough money to buy it, right? So it's really about providing economic opportunity rather than food availability at that bottom of the pyramid, and I think that was just really a reflection on that. And in terms of where our margins are spent, in direct engagement with with developing countries and businesses in those countries running or delivering programs for us, we can keep that sort of kind of locally led development lens on and know that our margins are being spent in those countries. It's sometimes not clear for me, how much of that money is going to fund managers who are well paid sitting in nice shiny offices in New York or London, to be quite frank. And as a donor, I have to ask those questions. So I think I'm not saying that that's a deal breaker, but I think there has to be a greater kind of transparency of where those embedded costs are. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Brian.
Thank you very much, Carin. Thank you all. And as Tristan said, what started off as a simple question about an hour and a half ago has got a few legs and arms on it. I'm really pleased that we have OECD in the audience, because I know you've been working extensively on blended finance for the last 4 or 5 years. In fact, with the participation of the IFAD SAFIN team. And as Song Bae Lee was just saying a few moments ago, this is the chance to build on that experience of what others are doing in this. And I think as well, just jumping on to Tristan's comment about SDG 2 as well. If we are talking about SDG 2 and we're talking about food production, we're talking about seasonal capital. We're talking about finance being available to buy inputs and repaid within 6 to 9 months through stop orders for produce. Is that an area that is best served by elaborate blended finance schemes, or is that actually a good system for accountancy at local level? In Kenya, one of the biggest dairy cooperatives, 40,000 farmers, is, I think, broken down in the last 2 or 3 months. Why? Because the milk processors weren't paying back the cooperatives quick enough for the cooperatives to then pay the dairy producers, the milk payments on time. Nothing. So there's an issue of SDG 2 sitting right there. In fact, SDG 8, which is all about inclusive and sustainable economic growth, has indicators on access to finance. So I think one may want to broaden that blended finance discussion into other SDGs. My question, going back to, was to Paul and the Kenya story, and the DFI of which has been supported by, I believe he said possibly 2 G7. Having worked in Kenya recently on some of these issues, I've got a sort of shrewd idea which of the 2 G7s he may be referring to. And the point being that money didn't leave the balance accounts. Those 2 G7 members, I'm supposing, again, as Song Bae Lee says, actually probably do have reasonably good monitoring and evaluation departments and are probably asking some very serious questions. Why didn't the money leave the bank? I'm sorry. And with all due respect to the Kenyans, it goes back to Cheryl's comment about capacity. Did the Kenyan members of that bank walk out on a Friday night and say, hey, way to go? We didn't disperse. I somehow think they didn't. I think there's a question mark about why was that money sitting on the balance sheets? Was the capacity of those staff in the banks trained in agricultural sector? Could they have and it goes back to Safin's question about demand. Could they have a discussion with a possible borrower about climate risk? That 1 in every 5 years, you're going to lose your return. The market prices for your produce may go down in terms if you're exporting coffee or avocados or milk. In Kenya, if there's a milk shortage, they import from neighboring countries. If there's a glut, they slap controls at the border. Who would want to be predicting the milk price in Kenya over the next year? What are the interest rates borrowing? So it brings me back to another conversation I had with an investor in Kenya saying, Brian, thinking about seriously investing in the ag sector or the tourism sector in Mombasa. Guess where I'm going to invest? So I think that's some of the issues that we need to be reflecting on, but looking at the demand for this before we focus a little bit too much on where there is a huge gap in finance in the whole of a development spectrum. The numbers you've quoted are right, but that money also needs to be going in from ODA, unlocking domestic capital, but also into irrigation, into electrification, into roads, because farmers will not produce more until they know they can actually get it on the roads and quickly sold to markets. Thanks.
Brian. Paul, I hope you're still there. A very important question from Brian to just sort of dig in a bit more as to why that 100 million is still sitting on the balance sheet. And I think this important question, because I had a similar one to you, Brian, which was it really, like, what's going on there? Is it really a failure of monitoring, or is it because the staff don't have the capacity, the expertise to actually lend to this sector? Is that why the money didn't go out? And please, if there's other people who've made comments or questions to you, if you want to also address some of those, but over to you, Paul, and then we'll go to Cecile and Iris.
Look, thank you for the questions. And I'll deal with what Brian said just at the end, and I'll be really quick. But look, first of all, I mean, just joyous to be part of it. It's a vibrant conversation. It needs to continue. There's so much to unpack. So thank you to the platform and also the Shamba Center and for their brilliant work. Look, let me do this. Hammered on sovereign wealth funds, 1,000% right. Putting the 12 African sovereign wealth funds into context, globally, the 100 or so sovereign wealth funds are now $11.8 trillion. Okay, that's across the board. I was with them and worked with them for the last 6 or 7 years. I was with them in Madrid 2 weeks ago for an AGM. The point of perhaps the sovereign wealth funds piece and what Rwanda is doing, there was a lovely idea that came out ahead of Macron's Africa summit last year. I think it was from Nigeria, Senegal, and Rwanda. And it was the idea of the 28 to 35 billion African sovereign wealth fund money out of that 11.8 trillion overall pot. There needs to be pooling of that sovereign wealth fund wealth in Africa in some way, shape, or form to create safe harbors. So I think, Hamid, completely agree with you. There's great creativity there. The thinking is already happening in the African sovereign wealth funds, despite the fact that the overall assets is just a very small percentage of the grand assets. And look, I think, you look at the funds in the Middle East, UAE, they're speaking with and using ITMAR capital in Morocco as an entry point, I think, for Africa. If you look at ADIA's summit on African infrastructure a couple of years back, invitation only, not much public profile. There's a real appetite to do Africa properly. So Hamid's comments were fantastic. Moving on, maybe, and look, respectful to everyone in the room, and maybe a little bit too challenging. We've had 40 years of liberalization, deregulation in and around finance. We have a totally globalized financial system, which crosses borders whenever they want. But I think there's a component and a question for the DFIs. My experience in the last 12 years since leaving the UN and before joining the UN is there's a lot of development fund bankers wandering around pretending to be private sector bankers. And I think in terms of the restructuring, the rethinking of MFIs and DFIs, we need to address the culture. Okay, so and again on that with Song Bae Lee, I agree with 95% of what he said, but I think devil's advocate, there's a bigger question. Okay, yes, donors, but the DFIs in terms of that almost private structure of going back to the shareholders and back to the stakeholders made so clearly, I think we've got to really investigate that. I think, you know, are DFIs, are they private banks and should they operate in the same way? And I'm using my language loosely, but I think there's a much bigger cultural conversation. It plays to what Brian has said at the end. The gap is massive, right? Are DFIs sort of sorry clones of Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan, or are they going to step up and begin to address some of the systemic issues that are so manifest? On the point of the cost of impact, well, what is the cost of not having impact? It's an accumulation of massive systemic risks in and around climate change, migration, ecosystems destruction. It is that issue between the short term and the long term. I think there's a bigger question for the donor community, the DFIs. Are you private banks? Are you going to step up and actually begin to address the issues? There's tremendous work. I'm being purposefully provocative. But Song Bae Lee, I hear you, but I think there's a bigger cultural question. And it's not just about data. It's about what DFIs are and what they should be and how they become fit for the future. Final point in terms of Brian. Brian, you've absolutely nailed it. I don't want to mention the donors or the DFIs that I'm talking about. That question of a commercial private banker, let's say the top 10 commercial Kenyan banks, leaving the office on a Friday and saying, yeah, I didn't disperse. No, I don't think that's happening. I think that all of the above, technical capacity, understanding of agri, understanding of the dynamics, understanding of the food security risk, understanding of the massive upside of getting agri right in Africa is poorly misunderstood. And this is why this conversation is so important. I'd love to continue joining the conversation, but it's absolutely fundamental. There's massive issues of culture, of technical, of political. So here's the question. When are our politicians going to ask the question right and begin to deal with it across the board, G7, G20, OECD, Africa? What are the huge systemic risks accruing, which will actually blow all of our assets out over the next 20, 30 years, unless there's a proper understanding of how the donor community can more effectively mobilize private finance into the least developed and lower middle income countries. I'll leave it at that. I hope that helped. And respect to all the colleagues. I'm purposefully provocative, but I think it's time to ask the really difficult, deep questions.
Paul, we want you to be provocative. Shamba's mission is to be disruptive. So we hope we're being disruptive here. And all the shareholders of the banks are sitting here. So, you know, if they can't change the way the culture and the mandate works, then who can?
I don't think DFIs or donors should be part of timid capital. I think they need to be far braver in the next few decades. It's a huge challenge. I'm not underestimating it, but I'll be quiet now. But yes, all the shareholders need to ask those questions. Are you public or are you private? And how do you get the private to move?
Who wants to briefly come in? And then I'm going to pass over to Cecile and Iris who are online. Oshani.
Yeah, Paul, just to come in, an audience, just to come in on what Paul's saying. It's not good enough. It's not good enough just to call upon the development community, please. Credit lines, guarantees are not enough to whet the appetite of domestic banks because it's the inertia. They do not see themselves as actors in the economy. They simply don't. And unless developing country governments come up to the podium and incentivize their own banks to be economic actors, this whole argument falls into a void. So, Paul, I slightly disagree with you and agree with you.
Thank you, Oshani. Very powerful message on the role of governments to incentivize their own banks to do this lending. Cecile, thank you for being so patient with us. Cecile Bicardi is the managing partner at Contrast Capital. So she comes more from the traditional investors, not the impact investors that we've heard so much about today, or the DFIs, but really the sort of traditional institutional investors. She works in wealth management. Cecile, you've heard all these speakers. talk about blended finance and the opportunities from the perspective of someone working in wealth management. Are we in la la land or are we in reality? And what do you think is needed to get the more traditional investors engaged in this area?
Thanks a lot for the invitation, and it's hard to come towards the end of the program after such a rich and fruitful conversation. But I do hope I can bring in this additional sort of big picture perspective on how do you move the trillions, how do you really move the finance industry to shift their focus towards impact. And my perspective is, my roots are in impact, but I've spent the last 15 years working on capital markets transformation, and I'll build a lot on what Paul, Carin, and Hans have already said as well, because there's a lot of things I fully agree with from his remarks. And I have a bit of a Swiss context perspective that I'm bringing in as well, and a bit of a perspective from also family offices, which is kind of an interesting type of private investors, because they're neither the sort of the big institutional investors that you're trying to attract, nor are they the full retail private investors. They're a little bit in the middle, so they share some of the challenges on both groups and both ends of the spectrum. So I'll try and speak from that perspective and the attempt to move private capital in that direction, and what has some of the blockages been in reality, and where can we see donor capital really help us unlock these blockages. But first, I want to just give a little bit of a big picture reality check, and I hope this won't be too depressing. But I was thinking about, how do we move the mainstream of finance to take an interest in this space? And I've worked closely, for example, with the PRI, which Paul, Carin, and Hans helped set up back 15, almost 20 years ago. And here you've got a group of 5,000 financial institutions that represent 120 trillions of assets. It's more than half of the global assets being managed worldwide. And they've made a commitment, and they're working on it, to transition the way they manage their money to be more sustainable. And this has been going on for some time, but they're only just starting to look at really delivering impact. You have to see from the donor's perspective that this is quite a new conversation also that's happening within the financial sector if we want it to happen at scale. So beyond some of the very great work that's being done in some impact funds or some focused fund managers. But in the broader conversation, this is quite new. So I looked at some of the data. It was interesting. These 5,000 signatories, they have to report every year on how they're progressing. And it's only just last year that they're being asked the questions in their reporting duties to this global initiative. How are you using your capital in blended finance? How are you allocating capital collectively with others towards delivering some impact? And less than 1% of that signatory group actually answered the question. So this is just to give you a sense of where we are in terms of the level of engagement with that topic. Because we need engagement before we can get mobilization of capital, right? And the reality is that the majority of the bulk of the finance industry is only just starting to move towards measuring impact and to shift portfolios to optimize impact. And only 20% of the signatories, for example, have set targets for impact, and those are around climate, because decarbonizing portfolio at the moment is the focus, right? So I'm looking at it from the perspective of food system transformation and how do we invest in that space, broadly speaking. And we know that there's still a long way to go. And really, there's only two things that moves the finance industry overall fast. It's regulation and client demand. So those are the two factors that are the biggest incentives to move into that space. And this is going to happen, but this is going to happen relatively slowly. I think on the regulatory side, we're starting to have some really interesting conversation about redefining fiduciary duty, and the legal framework for impact work that's come out of the space is showing that it is part of fiduciary duty for institutional investors to look at impact in the context of delivering financial return. That notion is expanding, and there's a lot of work that's being done for regulator to clarify that this is part of their mandate. When that starts to happen, we will see movement because the clients, the pension funds, will start demanding from the asset managers that they invest accordingly. Now, in Switzerland, we just had a law passed, or we just voted back in June, July, to have this new Swiss law on climate innovation. And one of the main objectives of that law is redirecting financial flows to be aligned with climate objectives. So small instance of hope that, from a regulatory perspective, things will move, but it takes time. So in the meantime, if you're an investor and you want to invest in food system transformation, which is what we've been looking at from a family office perspective, what are your options? And we've been looking at this top-down and trying to obviously reconcile financial returns and impact, which is what, in a way, is the end goal for everyone here. And when you're looking at the whole space of investment in food and agri and food system transformation, there's 140 billion in assets being managed just in that space. But 80% of it is farmland, private equity, and VC, meaning illiquid assets. And 70% of that is directed at developed markets, so not emerging markets. So there we have two problems. How do we move some of that money out of just pure illiquid assets? Or how do we make these illiquid assets more liquid? Because that's often also one of the key questions that comes up if you want to attract more capital in that space. And also, how do you expand the geographical scope of these investments? Can we find interesting ways to team up or partner some of the expertise that's been developed and some of the fund and structures that are existing but are only focused on developed markets right now? How can we bridge that to an emerging market context as well? So just to wrap up, I think there is potential and the momentum will build. And in the meantime, I think the ODA, the DFIs, and the foundations, so philanthropic funding as well, have a really great role to play in starting to create really the safe space to experiment, to test out ideas, to innovate, and to gain confidence in blended finance structures. Because maybe this will not happen overnight, but the more we can prepare the ground for the private sectors to really come in, the more when these trigger points come, and they will come because the system is at the brinks of not working anymore. And we really do need to rethink how public funding is being used more efficiently to help the overall system internalize externalities. So things will hit some tipping points, and from there on, the change will accelerate. In the meantime, how can we create that safe space to really experiment, learn, grow, bridge those cultural gaps that a lot of people talked about, so we understand each other, and so we're ready to sort of scale up. And to do that, I mean, I'll just finish with, two, I think, messages from what the private sector, private capital probably wants to see more of from the public donor perspective is definitely for them to be more proactive, aggressive in helping create these new mechanisms. And that definitely means taking on more risks and having their mandate maybe rethought. And there I fully agree with what Paul Clemenhans has been saying earlier. We can't be in a situation of competing with each other and crowding in private capital. I mean, the respective roles need to be really clearly redefined so that it is a leveraging role, and it should be a mobilization KPI that's also incentivizing ODA, because that then puts it clearly in that camp. That's what the public funding is being used for to a larger extent, and really we'll try and not compete with each other, but complement and collaborate with each other. And then taking the more risk, well, that's of course on the instrument side, but also on, and that has been mentioned, building pipelines, helping develop capacity for local institutions and local partners. Because if we want to bring the expertise from the developed markets fund managers to the local context, we need to leverage those networks. I think the lady on stage from Probaco made that point very clearly as well, and I think that is something that is badly needed. And the last two thoughts was, can the ODA DFI provide a bigger role again in creating more liquid vehicle that would be more also for the retail investors to try and come in? Are there opportunities around that? And to aggregate loads of efforts that are currently fragmented so we can sort of direct this goal more effectively.
Thank you
very
so much, Cecile. Very important messages. I mean, reminding us on the sort of fundamentals, regulation and client demand is what's going to drive this sector. I think the important point about the illiquid assets becoming more liquid and the need to figure out how to make that happen alongside expanding the geographical scope. And then I think an important point that I feel like has come up a lot this morning is this safe space to experiment and test ideas. So, Paul, I think it's good that you spoke about the failure of this $100 million loan that was given to the Kenyan bank, but this is exactly the type of experimentation we need to happen. So let's not discourage this type of thing, but let's allow the experiments to happen, the testing to happen. There's going to be a lot of failure. But if we allow the testing and the experimenting to happen in that safe space, it'll build the knowledge base we need to take it big and to move, as Cecile said, from the billions to the trillions. Our last speaker, last but not least, is a household name in this space, Iris Kreber, the head of Agriculture, Food Security and Land at FCDO. Iris, I want you to bring us home on this. You've now heard everybody speak. And I'd actually like you, I mean, I don't know if I've prepared you enough in advance, but I'd like you to reflect on some of the things you've heard and what you think of what you've heard the donor platform can take on. Where do you think this is a huge debate? It's not going to only be happening in this space. We've had this very rich and dynamic conversation, but where do you think this group that you know very well can take this forward? How? What are the ideas that are emerging that you think should be continuing to be discussed in this space? And any other thoughts that you have? Iris, over to you.
Thank you very much, Carin. Just to test, can you hear me well? Fantastic, great. So, Carin, no, you didn't prepare me well, but since we're two of a kind, I've been scribbling away the whole morning. Fantastic comments, so rich discussion, and I'm glad you have recorded it so people can absorb it again in slower time. So I'm not going to comment on the many pages I've written, but I'll try and step back a little bit. As you said, what can the donor platform do in the coming year or two? And what do others maybe need to do, and how do we collaborate? So there were a lot of valid thoughts, and let me pick on the ones where I thought more work is needed, and that I would summarize as next task is let's do a political economy analysis of all the stuff we've been talking about. I'll give you an example. We've always talked about donors. Donors are not uniform, not even in one department. Donor money is not uniform. I can tell you at least about 3 types of money that the UK deploys that has very, very different strings attached to it from the get-go before it goes to conversations like the one we're having today. And then some of this, the very, very valid stuff is already out the window depending on what type of money is being deployed. So that needs to be surfaced so we can discuss it, and then if need be, maybe have conversations with those that deploy the money. For example, I'll give you an example. Some investment will not be able to go where it's most needed at this time, not just because of the size or the risk appetite, but maybe because it needs to be tied to a lot of upfront TA. But that type of investment doesn't have a TA function. Then there was a discussion about missing middle. Middle is not 15,000. Yeah, so let's be clear about what do we mean by middle. 15,000 is fantastic, but then let's be crystal clear what's needed where. Or also, and that speaks a little bit to what I think Agnes said, the banking and DFI side and the ODA side, what's long term? For some, it's 2 to 5 years. For others, it's 10 years. So those are the things that I would suggest we need to put on the table so we can also come to an agreement of what we're actually talking about. I think there is still, we are progressing, but we're still talking past each other a fair bit, I would say. The same about risk. My risk is another's opportunity and vice versa. Donors' risk is not the same understanding as banking risk or DFI risk. It's the same about being clear about the purpose of ODA. So from what I have heard is the purpose of order should be not to enable others to make money off of the order, but to be capital depleting for the order to enable a financially and otherwise sustainable business to build and start walking and running at some point. So that's something that probably not all donors would want to hear, that what they do, whether they call it grant or not, might be capital depleting, but it might have to be. So let's unpack all of that. There is also the question about, that gets me to the question about type of finance. Now, at the moment, blended finance is the flavor of the month. It has its role, it has its place. But a lot of what we say we want is possibly grant or at a minimum returnable grant. And then further down the line, you introduce blended finance. So there were some of those discussions in the event today, but I'll also give you an example of an IM chat I had in the back of this meeting. It was about deploying high risk order into blended finance, and we can deliver on SDG 2. The response was, oh no, we are not delivering on SDG 2 and you're not measuring it. In the long run, it will be the right thing to do, but you can't count it towards SDG 2 delivery, which gets us to something we've touched upon many, many times. The more transparent and, if possible, aligned targeting of types and sizes and risk profiles of funding, and the results measurement, or somebody said we're buying impact, fine, but what does it look like? And maybe, a little bit of a convergence, or at least among the many initiatives proliferating, clarity on who does what against which objectives. And if we don't have the same objectives, then let's be clear about this. So that's ultimately transparency and accountability role that I think we donors have and we need to pursue, and we need to also maybe enforce a little bit more where order is deployed, because we're looking to the tiniest little bit of spend when, for example, order grant is deployed through NGOs. But when it's big money through blended finance or development finance investors, then we often step back. Or if there is an impact assessment, it's ex ante, but very little follow-up on what actually has it delivered and what are the lessons. And that gets me back to the political economy analysis. Nobody wants to be associated with failure, but we need to be more courageous, and some failures need to be celebrated. So the 100 million was a good example today. If we are not having failure of these investments, then we're probably not doing something right. At the same time, the political economy analysis also gets me back into a big boardroom in Nairobi a few years ago, where we had money into a regional DFI investment effort, and they tried to be very, very transparent. And there were they had invited all those businesses that did not receive support from them. And I remember sitting in the audience and I thought, there are so many hidden gems in there. And none of them got any funding for a whole host of reasons. Some of them needed a lot of TA or some returnable grant for a long while, but the large bulk of it were just not present in the right elite circles in the capital. They just didn't know the right people. I think that's something nobody really puts on the table. There is something about who knows whom. And some of the greatest potential investment options that I saw in the room were the least well connected. So can we unpack that a little bit more and see where we get? And to sum it up a little bit, I think there is a bit of need to, as a part of the political economy analysis, of coming to a clearer results targeting impact framework, and transparency and accountability connected to it, to have a bit of a stick and carrot approach. So we offer TA. We need to offer a lot more TA, associated and not associated with investments. We need to offer grant. We need to offer returnable grant, different types of loans. And we need to be clear about what horses for courses. Each has its purpose for when and how and under what conditions. And then we need to be transparent and accountable for it. So as I said, for the smaller investments, as you have already said, let's be clear about unpacking what we're doing and what the initiatives are doing, and please not add any more initiatives. And for the larger ones, we already have the World Benchmarking's Food and Ag benchmark for the 350 leading multinationals on food and ag supply chains. The most recent report makes for a little bit of sobering reading, but it certainly also provides a lot of entry points into what more is needed, what good looks like, and what needs to be stopped. So I think I should leave it at that, but I think the agenda for the coming year or so is becoming reasonably clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Iris. Very, very rich, very powerful. Thank you for doing what you do so well. We are at time. We are 20 minutes past time. Thank you for staying with us. Just maybe some closing thoughts before we move to lunch. I mean, I think, Iris, one of your strong messages, we're not ready yet to have an action plan for the global donor platform, because we need a bit more analysis and we need to look at things in a bit more detail and be smart at what we propose. So I think this idea of a political economy analysis, a lot of what we still haven't delivered to the GDPRD hopefully feeds that, because there's the 20 pages that you have in front of you is backed by another 150 pages of information that we'll be working with the global donor platform to deliver on. A few very important, very key messages that I heard today. I think, one, this has been such an important conversation. It's been such a vibrant conversation. It needs to continue. The donor community, the DFI community, the commercial lenders do not speak the same language and do not know each other well enough to be able to take this blended finance to the next level. So the need for understanding each other better, understanding each other's limits and potential better is going to go a long way in helping unleash this sector, unleash the catalytic power of aid. There was a huge conversation on impact. And I think there, again, more needs to be done to understand this. And I think, Songbei, you, for me, were the most powerful in this message of, we will not be able to do this impact better unless we have data and a marketplace of data on impact that helps us do this better. Peter Bay spoke about channeling the money where most impact can be had, but right now we don't know where that is. So unless we know where that is, we can't channel it. There was important conversations earlier on in the day about pipeline, and are there agricultural SMEs that are ready to absorb this kind of blended finance or not? And I think the question's a bit mixed. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Is 15,000 really blended finance? Like, is that size? Isn't that really still microfinance? Or, there's still discussions about what's the scale of where blended finance should be going to. The question of this leverage ratio, a lot of people are excited about 1 to 10, 1 to 4, but what do we do when we convince our politicians with these big leverage ratios? What do we miss in terms of the potential for a lower leverage ratio, but more impact and potentially more deals? Another point on sovereign wealth funds, not spoken about a lot. We didn't speak about it so much in our report. We really only looked at blended funds, but I think two strong messages from Paul and from Hamid about the unleashing that, there might be 11 trillion globally, but even 30 odd billion in Africa alone is a huge amount of sovereign wealth fund money that could be tapped in to unleash that catalytic power of aid, but it has to be done right. And Hamid gave us a very good example of how that's happening in Rwanda. A lot of talk about the barriers, and I think that needs to be unpacked going forward, because there was not necessarily agreement on what those barriers are, but the slowness of the DFIs to act when there is opportunity. The crowding out or not of DFIs from commercial lenders. Paul was very clear on that, very provocative on that, but I think there were other views in the room, particularly from the DFIs themselves, that they're not crowding out the commercial lenders because the commercial lenders simply aren't there. So who's right? I think the importance of this, the barrier of the Africa risk premium that Paul spoke about, that wasn't raised again. The harm of shocks, when there's shocks like COVID, it wipes out incredibly powerful projects that do show that this works and that can be scaled up, but you have a shock and it's wiped out overnight. Debt, rising piles of debt, everyone, low income, high income countries, rising piles of debt, you know, we can't ignore that. And then the important point, I can't remember who mentioned it, of culture, the need to change the culture. Is the culture in the donor agencies, the DFIs, and the governments, thank you, Oshani, ready to take this blended finance to the next level? I think I will end there and just say thank you, everyone. Thank you for those of you who are all part of our inquiry, for being so forthcoming and generous with your time and your ideas. And thank you to all of you here today. This has been a very energizing discussion and debate. I certainly feel very energized from it and looking forward to continuing this with the Global Donor Platform in the coming months. Henry, over to you.
Thank you very much. I happily received the baton. Put your hands together for Carin, Oshani, Andrea, Farisa, Paul, Iris, Agnes, he's still all there, Songbay, Cecile, Hamid, Peter, Jean-Marc. One more time, that was a really brilliant session, excellently chaired and summarized. Thank you very much. Now, we were due to have a lunch break of 90 minutes, which would have enabled you to go out there, out into the Via Paulo Donna, whatever it's called, and enjoy the local flora and fauna and eat some good quality non-IFAD food, even blow your DSA limit. However, I don't really think you have time, do you? Because we're going to truncate it down to, I think we've got about an hour. Do they still have time to go outside? Maybe grab a bit of non-IFAD food. If you want to stay within IFAD, then why not? Then just go up to the ground floor where I believe there is a well-sourced, quality, sustainable food, no junk calories, Namukolo, no junk calories, good non-diabetes inducing food, good quality nutrition. So do go out there, enjoy your food, come back here for 1:50, by 1:50 in your seats, and then we will deep dive into the thematic working group session on rural youth employment. We had a great session last year. I remember some fantastic contributors from Uganda and Nigeria via Rwanda. I think he was working in Rwanda, but he's from Nigeria. The guy was outstanding young agripreneurs, got fantastic group of panelists are going to take us through donor coordination. We'll talk about country examples. We'll focus on Kenya in particular, and then we'll wrap up with our thematic working group co-chairs. It's going to be really good. We'll hope to match the energy and the content of this session, but I'm not sure we'll reach those dizzy heights. We will try. Thank you very much. Go out there, fill your bellies, have a nice drink, and come back in an hour. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. We're making the great push toward the home straight. I'm a fan of track and field athletics and road running and distance running, and this is where you begin to hit the wall. You've just had your final energy gel and you are going to kick for the home straight. But in a marathon, of course, the home straight can be a mile or so long. So there's still going to be a little bit of a distance to cover. And that distance is in the shape of the thematic working group session on rural youth employment. So we're moving from catalyzing donor funding to what happens on the ground if you have the money and you want to make it work. Now, the thematic working group was formed 5 years ago, so it's marking its 5th anniversary, and it was formed to advise donors and governments and civil society organizations on the most effective way to create employment opportunities, to support the empowerment of young people, and to help them to contribute to and benefit from sustainable and meaningful livelihoods in the rural environment, stop them hemorrhaging out into the urban environments. And I said before lunch, we had a great session. I really remember it last year, including some young entrepreneurs, and it was really energetic and dynamic. And I'm sure we can reach those heights again. Now, you'll remember that yesterday, Sophie Healy-Thau, the youth campaigns coordinator from GAIN, talked about the desire, the need for quality food and finance. That's what young people told her they wanted. And shortly we will set the scene on donor coordination, and then we'll have a presentation on a better future for rural youth that will come from the OECD. And then later in the afternoon, we'll have a series of brief country presentations from Kenya. And then we will close with the working group co-chairs, Alexander and Frank. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. And then Jim and I will try and round things off, some of what we've picked up over the past couple of days and throw forward. So, but let's start off this session. I'm pleased to say we've got a good 25 or 30 or so people who are with us, which is great. So thank you very much indeed. And again, if you want to contribute to the discussion, please enter the chat room and post your thoughts, your comments, your questions in the usual way. So in this session, we have Anira Bush, who is a senior policy officer in the division of food. You're looking at me hard to see if I get your title right. Food, that's Essen, nutrition, security, fisheries at the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ or BMZ. Okay, and you're a specialist. You oversees portfolio on fisheries and aquaculture, working on the G7 and G20 processes on food security and nutrition. Joining us virtually is Yukiko Arai. She is the Director, AI, Sectoral Policies Department, International Labour Organization. She's a specialist on child labour, poverty reduction, business and decent work. And also with us is Jenna Tesdal, and Jenna is the Director of the Young Professionals for Agricultural Development, YPAD, or EPAD, as I've been calling it, EPAD. And she's, I love this title, an agricultural systems thinker. That's right, yes, she is. Taking on projects to sustain the environment and people. And you strive indeed to be a servant leader. You seek not to lead, but to serve. I like this. And you've got a long-term interest in youth involvement in rural policy. And also sitting with us is Gion Rim, who is a senior policy analyst at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. And you are a specialist on work with youth well-being employment in agri-food systems. And you lead the EU OECD Youth Inclusion Project, supporting development of national youth policies in developing countries and global research on youth aspirations, entrepreneurship, and rural youth livelihoods. And you've got a presentation which we're looking forward to. But let's start off with this. I'm going to start off with you, Inira. We talked about rural youth employment last year. There's a lot of enthusiasm. Explain why it is more, and this is briefly, why it is more important than ever, and how it could be addressed more effectively through better donor coordination, both at a global and country level? Because we've been talking a lot about alignment and coordination, and despite repeating this message year after year, we're not there yet. So why is it so important, particularly at the youth level in rural employment?
Yeah, thank you so much. Good afternoon to everyone. Very glad to be here with you. You're absolutely right. We are not there yet. There's still some room for improvement. But before I go into what has actually improved in the last years, I want to start with some figures, and I hope you will appreciate that. Actually, at the moment, we have about 1.8 billion young people in the world. Depending on which figure we apply 15 to 29 years. So that's quite a lot of the population, of the worldwide population. And of these 1.8 billion, we have 90% in developing countries. And when we look at rural areas in sub-Saharan Africa, actually 2/3 of the young people are in these rural areas. So that's an enormous figure. And then we have another figure, which is quite interesting. We have 25 million people in sub-Saharan Africa, young people that enter the labor market each year. And you can imagine from that what a high demand there is and how much employment has to be created. And of these 25 million, 14 million are actually in rural areas. The trend is rising. So it's not that this figure is stagnating, but it's rising, and there's an enormous demand for labor and for business opportunities for these young people. So for my government, for my ministry, it's one of our political priorities that we help these young people getting into labor and creating their own business possibilities and opportunities. And that is why when we had the G20 presidency in 2017, we created an initiative on rural youth employment. And what the OECD is going to present to you after our interventions is the results of this initiative. And one of the great results I can already tell you now is that actually
Don't steal Dion's thunder, please.
It's just one of the things that I will steal from you. I'm sorry. Because I thought that was so impressive. Actually, the investments going into rural youth employment have increased. So that's good news, I think. But as you were saying, there's still things to improve. What we've also managed to do is put rural youth employment on the international agenda. We have, for example, the CFS policy recommendations on youth, which is great. We have the UNFSS stock-taking moment this year and the whole coalition process where youth has played a role. And we also have the African Union's African Agribusiness Youth Strategy, the AAYS. So we have this kind of policy guidance that is there. But what we need for a transformation of agriculture and food systems in the end is to bring young people better in and to create these jobs for them.
All right, I'm going to let you land.
That's one of our
now.
priorities.
Yeah, this is a short
I've
session.
landed.
You've landed, and you've landed safely and smoothly. And I thank you for that. I'm going to go to Yukiko Arai from the ILO. Yukiko, thank you very much. So bearing that initial question in mind, let me hone in to this. Can you explain how the various approaches of the stakeholders you work with align? How well are they collaborating? And what impact is it having on the work that you're doing and real job creation and employability of the young people who, as and you were saying, are entering the job market 25 million strong every year? The jobs need to be there, but also they need to have the skills too, don't they?
Well, thanks very much for this question. I also take this opportunity to thank all donors for collaborating, supporting, and financing the ILO operations to advance decent work for young women and men. I think we know that the world population is growing while they're younger, and some countries are aging. And an important number of those are really in the rural areas. And the pandemic has really hit us really hard. And the greatest impact was on the young people. They were vulnerable, but a lot of these issues are systemic and profound and disproportionate in the way that it has impacted on the youth. And I think the young people also worry about their future, what their places will be in the labor market, in a scenario of rapid and also major transformations, in turn affected by the context of the pandemic that we have just gone through. In addition to the challenges posed by this macroeconomic and labor market limitations, young people face the challenges of the technological advance, automation, and hyper-specialization in the global context, but inequalities, in which the inequalities in access to quality training. Clearly, I think the youth represent one of the most vulnerable groups in the labor market, due to the incidence of the unemployment and informality, as well as their greater occupational instability. Now, we need to look for ways that will allow us to generate decent employment opportunities. What we also worry about is not just the unemployment, underemployment, but the fact that after the pandemic, a lot of the jobs that hasn't recuperated was actually in the informality. So there comes this issue of the working conditions. Inequality also that has exacerbated during the pandemic. How do we go about this? As ILO, we are a normative agency, a specialized agency working on employment and labor issues. We work around international labor standards. So in our own structure, we have our tripartite structure. That means working with the government, employers, and the workers to deal with the areas of employment and labor. But in this case, when we work with the to promote and advance youth employment, needless to say, the participation of the youth themselves will be very critical. The participation in social dialogue, as we call, and then in the decision making. So bringing in the youth is very important. I think we broadly know that these comprehensive, integrated approach are effective. And we have many, many good examples that somehow this linkage is not quite yet there, but we do have some good lessons that we have learned. So within our realm, where are we working together with some of the colleagues and the participants in the room, presumably? I'm sorry that I'm not there in person. The ILO-led global initiatives on decent job for youth that brings together more than 95 partners, including the government, UN entities, NGOs, youth-led organizations, as well as the private sector. Private sector as an engine for job creation as well. With rural youth employment is being one of the key themes for this global initiative. At the global level, we are also coordinating together with CARE and IFAD. I understand the representative in the room from IFAD. This coalition of action on decent work and living incomes and wages for all food system workers, which is committed to the goal of ensuring economic and social justice through the generation of decent work and to the right, adequate and nutritious food for all food system workers, including rural youth. These global initiatives complement each other, obviously, and they all underline the importance of bringing together actors to address fragmentation in youth employment, and for us, very critical to bring together the government's employers and workers. Maybe just to conclude, as ILO, a UN specialized agency on employment and labor issues, we will continue to promote this rights-based approach in promoting rural youth employment. That will be our contribution through implementation of labor standards and principles, through social dialogue involving governments employing workers. And we will also, as I said, be involving the youth in this social dialogue in building consensus, shaping effective labor market policies through the inclusion of the young people. And this, I would say, is really the central element of the ILO's approach to promoting youth. So look forward.
Thank you.
Dialogue with all of you in identifying a joint way forward. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much indeed for that contribution, Kiko. So let me move to Jenna Tersdal. So we've heard from the BMZ, we've heard from the ILO, and they help to create the policy framework. They interact with governments and other stakeholders. So you would hope that this is making the environment more conducive for those energetic youth with all that those ideas that they have to get started. But clearly there are still gaps. And I'm wondering from your point of view, what those gaps are, what is still needed?
Thank you so much. I think, of course, there's a lot needed. A lot has changed over the past 10 years on youth engagement. I'm 31 years old, and I started in youth engagement 10 years ago. And when I first started there, it was a privilege to be seen and not heard. I had been told those words in several fora, that it was a privilege to be seen and not heard. Things have drastically changed now. I'm sitting here, I'm talking with you today on behalf of YPARD and on behalf of other youth organizations that we collaborate with. And it's strong allies like you all in this global donor platform, like visionary donors who really see the power of youth, see who we are today, and see who we are also in the future and what potential we have to bring things forward. So that has changed so much. That said, I think we're at maybe step 1 or step 2 of the stair step of youth engagement, right? We're being seen now, we're being invited in certain spaces, but it definitely has a lot of room to become systematic, right? We saw the UNFSS, we were engaged in the youth liaison group, for example, then the stock take moment again at these high visibility moments. In between, where we're looking to engage, of course, in coalitions, we engage in the Decent Work Coalition, we engage in the Agroecology Coalition, but we missed a big opportunity in not having a youth coalition, in my opinion, because youth organizing is a lot of work, and we need to dedicate time, energy, resources to youth organizing, because we're going up against a lot of barriers. Young people have less experience, we have less social networks, and we're actively in the process of becoming not youth. So we're losing our most experienced members. Exactly, I'm about to age out. So these are all challenges. And of course, it's really low-hanging fruit for us to address just by supporting youth organizing.
And I'm going to give you a quick follow-up, and I'll give all of you a quick follow-up before we move to the presentation from Dia Young Rim, A Better Future for Rural Youth. The question is, what youth? Because as we heard yesterday, one person can't speak for all youth. And what about those youth who may not feel comfortable public speaking, who haven't had a huge amount of formal education, who may have ideas that may not be aligned with yours? You know, how do you ensure that your approach is an inclusive one, so that the youth that are marginalized, even within youth, are not left behind, or at least have a chance?
Yeah, no, it's a super, super relevant question, and something that we always want to emphasize also as a youth movement is that one young person can't represent all of youth. I think Sophie said that yesterday, right? So reminding myself, each other, that we want to crowd in voices, and maybe some of us are more talented at farming and some of us are more talented at public speaking and different things. And so that we can use also the strengths of each other as a movement to amplify each other's voices. And that's a really normative approach that we're using. I think also youth are a group that migrate often, right? And we migrate between rural and urban areas. And so that can be seen as a challenge, but it can be also seen as a really strong connection to rural areas, because some of us are going back to rural areas on the weekends and talking with our friends, our family, our communities about what's happening there. And so we can also take advantage of that to amplify voices there.
Very good. Thank you very much indeed, Jenna. Can I ask Yukiko, who's joining us virtually, I'm just wondering about scaling up the impact of projects like your own, you know, the collaborations, so that as many young people as are interested can take advantage of this better enabling environment in a sustainable way and in a resilient way, because that's what we need. It's great to hear about some of the individual projects, but enabling it to reach, or these projects to reach across 25 million young people every year coming into the job market in Africa alone. That's the challenge. How do you do that?
Well, thanks for this interesting question. I don't think there's a panacea or a one-shot solution to the challenge that you're posing. But I think we're good at coming together and share practices, share information. I think over the years, also in this space, we've been coming together to discuss how our distinctive activities, initiatives, and how and to come together to seek synergies. I really feel I also led the ILO at the country level recently in Argentina, and one thing I've been emphasizing is probably we know what works. Sometimes there are resources, sometimes most often not. In order to enlarge the scale of operations, yes, we need resources. One is the efficient use of it. The other is to really understand and measure the effective practices so that we know what works and what doesn't work. I think it's time really for us to translate our commitment to action and to see how we could convoke joint action. Based on our own experience in the ILO, some of the key elements that probably help in scaling up action from our perspective is we could safely say that this rights-based approach, I think the former speaker has talked about the normative approach, and that's precisely the way we work. This rights-based approach through social dialogue to promote the respect of human labor rights, application of these international labor standards that I already spoke about in my previous intervention, to the promotion of decent jobs for rural youth in the rural areas. That's our modus operandi, if I may say. But I think through this dialogue process, we are hooking up with various actors to see how we could promote joint action. Now, in addition to the funding, I think there is also this issue of enabling these policies to be effective or the actors to take action. So this is how do we create an enabling environment in which we could generate the jobs. Of course, there's a need for investment, but maybe we're talking about entrepreneurship. But just having the skills in the hands of the youth doesn't allow for job creation per se. So we need to look at the issue in a kind of an ecosystem wherein different initiatives and policies, they all come together. I think these I know I should be succinct. So I think in order to identify how that really works, we do think that social dialogue is a paramount importance. And when we talk about the issues in the labor market, employment issues, bringing together the government's employers and workers representatives to come together with a practical solution for the world of work is indispensable. Now, I think the political commitment and our own commitments, donors, UN agencies, and we also have a technical expertise. But somehow maybe the coordination is not just there yet. I think there is this virtue of coming together at the global level, but I think we do need to come down to specific industries or specific regions and countries to talk about concrete initiatives that work in a particular context. And I'd just like to conclude by inviting you all also to a platform that may allow us together to seek that solution. We are in December organizing the 2023 edition of the ILO Rural Development Academy in our International Trading Center in Carin. And that would be an opportunity for us to come together and learn from good practices, but to see how we could jointly advance the issue forward. But again, I think we know a lot and we all have willingness and commitment to work on these issues. Probably we could take a step further and to really implement and translate our interest and commitment into action. So hope to see you in Turin.
Anybody going to Turin? Juventus? No, okay, fantastic. Yukiko, thank you very much indeed. I think some people may be going to Turin in December. But both you and Jenna have answered some of the things that I wanted to ask Anira. But the one thing we can develop a bit more is how to work more effectively in the field with partner countries. I think that this is an important element because one size does not fit all, and what may align in one country may not in another. So I'm just wondering from your point of view, BMZ, what can be done to develop better cooperation with partner countries? How does this work so that the youth, let's say in Zambia or in Ghana, can benefit from the kinds of programs that you have, especially if their government, because I hear this a lot, isn't sufficiently interested in, and I'm not saying anything particularly about the Zambian government or the Ghanaian government, but if, for example, government wasn't as enthusiastic as the young people want them to be, how do you work to develop, and sometimes even having to bypass government agencies, because sometimes they can stand in the way. Sometimes they're not particularly aligned. Controversial.
It is controversial. I mean, what you're saying is true.
It happens.
It happens.
Yeah.
It's true.
Not every government
And
is signed up.
I think what we do is that we work on different areas and levels, right? Of course, we work with governments and we have to remind them of their international agreements. That's one thing. But then on the other hand, we also, not we as BMZ, but GIZ, for example, or other implementing organizations, and also work directly with youth organizations. And that has been a very promising approach, actually, to work with these youth organizations, also when we talk about creating employment, because they can be kind of like the binding element between individuals and then employers. That has been effective, and that they can also carry on knowledge that there is and represent different kinds of youth. So yeah, I do think we need different approaches and very country specific as always. What we also try to do is, for example, in the Sahel initiative, that we have different Sahel countries in there. And one of the goals is to create employment for youth, which particularly in this area, which is affected a lot by terrorism and young people joining these terrorist groups, is very important. And I think this cross-country learning that what we, for example, also do in our GIZ projects is important. We have, for example, the GIZ colleagues are here working in Mozambique, Malawi, and Kenya and Burkina Faso. One promising approach which is job fairs. So they have worked quite well in all of the countries. And then, of course, we look at what works in Kenya, what works in Mozambique, and we try to also have these spillover effects so that we don't only rest at one country level, but that we also profit from the knowledge of others.
Very good. I mean, we heard yesterday that in Liberia, the agriculture minister, Her Excellency Janine Cooper, is very signed up to this. And she said there are real tangible benefits from the approach that they have. And that could be scaled up across other countries, or maybe it's very specific to Liberia. Thank you very much, Anira. Thank you, Yukiko, and thank you, Jenna. That concludes our initial opening segment of this session. We now move to a presentation. It was trailed earlier, and now we're going to hear it. If your thunder hasn't been stolen fully, Yiyu Narim, Senior Policy Analyst of the OECD, then you are welcome to give us the full effect of your presentation, key findings from the G20 Initiative for Rural Youth Employment. This is the assessment report by the OECD Development Center. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm stealing your spot.
But I won't steal your thunder.
Thank you, Henry, and thank you especially to the Global Donor Platform for the opportunity to present this new report. It came out a couple of weeks ago. So what is the report about? So I think Anira mentioned in her presentation, in 2017, under Germany's presidency, the G20 launched an initiative for rural youth employment. The objective was to intensify G20's efforts to promote rural youth employment. And several areas of actions were stipulated in the document, but two of them are interesting for us, particularly because they have quantifiable targets and time-bound targets. And this is important because it's really the first time a G20 initiative actually put numbers into their objectives. And so what are they? I mean, basically, it's to improve employability for 5 million young people over the next 5 years, and also support to creating approximately 1.1 million new jobs, and all this by 2022, with a special focus in Africa, but the initiative was global. And so as those targets, obviously reached the deadline of 2022, in 2021, at the request of Germany, but with the agreement of the G20 Development Working Group, the OECD undertook sort of this daunting task of evaluating the results, or I should say the progress made, within those 5 years. So how did we proceed? Questionnaire to all the G20 members, and in addition to 6 international organizations whom we consider to have a very strong rural development and rural youth employment agenda. So they were African Development Bank, the African Union, FAO, GAFSP program within the World Bank, and IFAD and ILO. And we asked for project description, project results, and the budget that was invested. So we did get 9 countries, or 9 members, sorry, because European Union is part of the G20. So we got 9 responses from the G20 group, but luckily they were the ones that are very active in the rural youth field. And all 6 international organizations responded. And we complemented the information through our own desk review to have a final collection of 715 rural youth employment related projects, of which 94% or 671 were in Africa. Information on results was a little bit more complicated, but we had enough information from at least 300 of those projects out of the 700. So key findings, did we achieve or not achieve the targets? So we're relieved to find that just from the 300 projects, we did indeed achieve and overachieve the results. So for the 1.1 million job creation target, we reached 2.9 jobs created. And of the 5 million youth whose employability skills improved, we have counted 6.4 million. So this regroups both G20 and IO projects. So if you click one more time, you might be curious to see what were the G20 specific contributions, and we're still close to targets and overachieved on the job creation. So we can rejoice. But behind those numbers, I think I mentioned one of the biggest challenge was the lack of information on results, and I think we mentioned already this morning this challenge. And out of 700 projects, we only managed to have 300 where that actually were easy to find the results. I'm sure there are results, but yeah, it wasn't very straightforward. So that's a big challenge I'd like to point out. So just focusing on the African projects, which were about 670, what was the budget invested? So the total budget was $20 billion spent and committed, because some projects were ongoing. And then we tried to categorize the types of projects. And here we see that agriculture value chain development projects, skills development and TVET, and entrepreneurship and small and medium enterprise development projects take up about half of this budget, about 9 billion. And we still see a non-significant, a non-negligible, amount towards climate smart, green jobs and digital skills. But again, this is interesting, but if you look at the details, I think a lot of the projects, again, are in the safe zone. Donors know how to do skills and training, and they know how to do, business development. But if you look here on the sort of broader category of rural development, employment creation, those are integrated projects And that's a lot more difficult to do, and the portions are smaller. So this is another challenge I'd like to point out. Then we can go to the next slide. We, as OECD, we have the, the ODA database. So we thought, okay, let's also have a look at how the trends in investment have evolved in rural youth employment. It wasn't possible to separate rural youth employment because of the way the data is collected, but we picked out projects that were rural development, infrastructure development in rural areas, and agriculture development. And here we can see that the funding is steadily increasing. I mean, not a huge exponential growth, but it hasn't decreased, so that's good news. And for G20 specific funding, there are 12 G20 countries that report to this this database. It's reached 9.3 billion for Africa only projects in rural development. And for developing country as a whole, it reached about 30 billion. So that's also, I would say, good trend. Then we, as I said, we also had asked the respondents to flag their best projects and also explain a little bit what they thought were the success factors and challenges, and we picked out 10 of the best projects and had a look at what were the common success factors. I won't go through all of them, but just point to a few which I thought also relevant from the discussion we had this morning. Is really the successful projects were the ones where the private sector and potential employers were involved from the beginning. That's where the job creation really happens. National qualification frameworks really important because a lot of rural youth are either not very educated or have experiences, but in the informal sector. So being able to test and have some kind of qualification helps employers understand where they come from, and it's reassuring for everyone. It's a very transparent way of also shifting from school to work or work to work, informal to formal. Local knowledge and local expertise, really important, that they are involved, especially in rural areas, because they know best what is their asset and their comparative advantage. Skills training that were provided together with employment. So, for example, internship, on-the-job training had a very high retention rate as well later in terms of jobs. And finally, TVET content. TVET is sold in many projects, but often the TVET institutes are outdated and teaching things that are not at all what the labor market is asking. So projects that update, that help really reform, I would say that the education content in this TVET has had successful results. And then, of course, the youth involvement is obviously a key success factor. So a few recommendations. Again, I'll just point to the main one because I think it echoes what's already been said yesterday and today. Donor coordination is there, obviously, and also these global initiatives. Sometimes we create an initiative, and we need to know how it's going to be synergized, I would say, with ongoing big campaigns. Because as we were researching, there were already quite a lot of big campaigns on African youth jobs and things. So I think it's great to create this momentum, but it needs to also mention those existing things so that the resources are channeled well. And one of the challenges we found was the lack of common indicators to monitor this initiative. So age, we talked, sometimes it's 1529, sometimes it's 1524, sometimes it's 1535. And so we took everything. But for a purely monitoring purpose, it would be good to agree, okay, here we're going to look at school to work transition, so 1529, and quality of jobs, what are we talking about? Is seasonal work enough to check off as a job creation, or do we want to go further into, the sustainability of the job and etc. So this is something, and then for governments, again, the dialogue with the private sector and educator is really important to make sure that the labor market needs are really taken into account in both the education system, but also the private sector is able to express what is really what they need. And I want to mention also the need for investing in lagging regions. I mean, I know rural areas are often the lagging regions, but and they seem to be costly. But in the long run, and this comes from a OECD experience on rural development. And in the end, investing in lagging regions will benefit national economic growth because of decreasing inequalities and also improving social cohesion, education in those areas. And so to conclude, for any future big G20 initiative, you mentioned 25 million youth coming in every year. We have a statistics from African Development Bank for Africa. Is 10 to 12 million youth enter the workforce every year, and only 3 million find jobs, so a huge gap. In this respect, the 1.1 million target set seems a little modest. I think we can do better. We can have more ambitious targets. Monitoring and evaluation framework, I think it's really important. Once we set such a huge target, how are we going to measure this? Can we agree on a few basic indicators? I think here development agencies can be helpful, and some guidelines to the G20 representatives and development agencies on how to relate to the G20 initiative. Can we start tagging some projects and saying, okay, following this initiative, we started these and these projects, so that when OECD is tasked to do something like this, we're able to find the information a bit more easier and also have comparable data. So that's it. And
thank you very much for that presentation. Thank you very much. Now, before you leave, we're about to do a dive into Kenya. We're going to have a number of representatives and do a special focus on Kenya. Did Kenya feature prominently in your study? And if so, how did it come across?
Yeah, Kenya, several projects in the flagship that the donors have mentioned. Kenya was there several times. In fact, I think one of the examples that I did not cite includes Kenya, and on TVET, and no, absolutely, they are there. But,
good. So they feature prominently.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to, if you had a reflection on Kenya, but don't worry, this is great.
Specific reflection. No, country specific. Yeah, I'd have to dig a little. That memory.
No, it's just off the top of your head. Jiyon, thank you very much indeed for that presentation. Wonderful stuff. All right, well, let us meet our Kenyan participants. We're going to meet them virtually, and we're going to have one live participant here from FAO. Ileana Grandelis is hello, Ileana. Program Officer, Inclusive Rural Transformation and Gender Equality Division. Thank you very much. Gunya, please do take a seat again. Okay, and then joining us virtually, let's introduce them. We have Dorothy Makioto, who is the chair of Ingo AgriChamps Youth Association of Western Kenya, and there we are. And Dorothy advocates for rural youth employment and engagement in agriculture, focusing on fodder production and poultry farming, and as a main source of income. So she's actually a farmer, and it's great to see you, Dorothy. Fantastic, great to see you.
Thank you so much.
Tremendous. And then we have also David Waruri Mwangi, who is the country director of vocal education and training in Nakuru County Government in Kenya. David working with educators, industry professionals, and government agencies to ensure trainees align with current market demands and industry standards. David, thank you very much. You're welcome. Hopefully we can see David in a moment. We also have Haile Abebe. Haile works for the African Union Commission as a program support consultant, working on youth and agribusiness in the Department of Agriculture, Rural Economy and Sustainable Environment at the AU, coordinating youth employment in agriculture and agribusiness activities. And let's also welcome George Yamazuri. George is the Chief Executive at the Ustadi Foundation. I found out today, Ustadi means skillful in Swahili. Did you know that? You didn't, did you? But now you do. Excellent. And so George is there. George is a specialist in management of development programs and financial oversight, working with a range of partners, including low-income, rural and urban communities. And Ileana Grandelis. Hello, is that you, George, then? Speaking?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Karibu, karibu.
Asante.
Aha, there you see. More Swahili for you. Okay, and Ileana is coordinating the integrated country approach for boosting decent jobs for youth in the agri-food system, and that's funded by Sweden, that particular program. Tremendous. So I want to go, first of all, to you, Dorothy, as a young farmer, somebody who's getting her hands and fingers dirty, you know, a horny-handed daughter of the soil, as you might say. Yeah, I knew you'd smile at that. Okay, so having heard what Dion had to say, and maybe you heard what some of our other colleagues said earlier this afternoon, can you tell us how things are at the moment for you as a farmer and for the young people you're advocating for? Because here we have a lot of big organizations and stakeholders trying to create a good policy framework at the global level, at the regional level, and at your own national level. But the question is it trickling down and having a positive impact to what you're doing on the ground, and also what the young people you're championing are doing? How much is it helping?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Dorothy Makayocho. Let me start with the political environment. I feel the political environment is favorable because down at the county level, we have policies that advocate for us youths to venture into agribusiness. In Kakamega County, that is the western region where I come from, we have a Kakamega County Agribusiness Youth Strategy. Apart from politically, socially, I think the perception that agriculture is a good venture has not yet sparked. Most people view agriculture as a low status professionally. That is because we don't have enough young mentors in the agricultural system. Economically, there is limited access to finance because most of the financial institutions back here in Western Kenya, they view us young people as high-risk borrowers, and that is making it very difficult for us to access loans. And without loans, we can't even have inputs, there's no machineries. But in all in Western region, we are blessed with favorable environmental conditions. The previous speaker has just talked about activates, and they're there in Western Kenya, and that has helped to enhance skills and knowledge. And also the growing demand of agricultural produce is making it a beautiful sector to venture into. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dorothy. That's very encouraging, although, as you say, there are difficulties, especially when it comes to the status of agriculture, how it's considered by your young colleagues and also by the lending institutions. So I'm wondering what David Waru Mwangi is doing about that with his agribusiness program. How are you able to help people like Dorothy and her colleagues who want to make a difference, who want to be productive and effective, and who want to be role models for their colleagues? What are you able to do from your position?
Thank you. First and foremost, in Kenya, we have one challenge of the youth shunning agribusiness, especially the perception that has been there that agriculture is for the rural folk and the youth would like to go for the white collar job. But the government is doing a lot to try and bring the youth to agriculture. First and foremost, we are starting trying to change the mindset of the youth to accept that this is an alternative, and it's a very good alternative. And to do that, to change the mindset, we are trying to establish knowledge sharing forums where the youth will get to know the advantages and the benefits that accrue from engaging in agriculture. We also have platforms where we sensitize the youth on what opportunities there are in agribusiness. The government has also introduced incentives, especially for agriculture sector. And we have even the financing, which has we have Youth Enterprise Fund, which helps the youth who want to engage in agriculture. We are also, especially in Nakuru, having training in agriculture where the youth are trained on the innovative and new technologies in agriculture so that they can embrace agriculture. We also have the financing, especially on the subsidy and also access to finances to be able to start agricultural businesses.
David, thank you for that. Let me quickly go back to Dorothy. Have you heard of this Youth Enterprise Fund? Did you apply and were you accepted?
I've heard about it. I applied, but the application just reached the CBD. We never got any information back. So they know the interventions are there, but implementation is not there. Sorry to say that.
David, please, I need to ask you about this. There you have a fantastic champion like Dorothy. She heard about your fund, she applied, and it got stuck somewhere in the CBD. What are you going to do?
This is now why we are having this sensitization, so that they can know the gaps. You know, there might be...
David, she's already sensitized.
Yes, she's sensitized, but the information on the application, you see, that might be the problem. How might be the information that was given did not allow her to get the funding. This is now what we need to address. And also, I encourage the youth to also follow up. You know, if you are in Kakamega and you sent your documents and you don't do a follow-up, there might have been a hitch along the way that made you miss on the funding.
Dorothy is shaking her head. She wants to come back briefly. I'm being a bit unfair to you, Dave, because you don't know Dorothy's particular circumstances. I'm just using it as an illustration because we really want to get into the granular detail. Dorothy, one more thing, then yes, because we have people watching online as well. They may also have their contributions. Go on, Dorothy.
Okay, sorry so much, David, but to say this, why can't you just cascade it down to Kakamega County? Why CBD? Dorothy, I can be able to reach Nairobi, but I know my youth from where I come from, they don't even know where the CBD is. What makes it difficult to bring it to where I am? Because I assume we youths are vulnerable. Why can't you cascade it down to the grassroots level? Why not?
David, final thing from you. So to get to where Dorothy and her people are in her part of Western Kenya, for example?
What we need to do with the devolution, we have money set aside for agriculture, and each county can pass a legislation which will allow it set aside money similar to the Youth Enterprise Fund. And this is happening in some of the counties where the youth within the county, they don't have to apply for the National Youth Enterprise Fund. They'll be assisted right down at the county. Not necessarily, we even have some people having the ward fund, so that this money is down at the ward level, so that you are able to access it even closer to you. But what we need to do, the youth need to be more proactive, because when we call for public participation, so that, because when we are sharing this money in the budget, you do it through public participation. And if the youth do not come out, this money will not be set aside for them. So we need to be proactive. Let's go for the public participation when you are making the budget, so that money is set aside at the county level and it is cascaded down to the ward, and you are able to access it very easily.
Excellent, David. Thank you very much. And thank you, Dorothy. That was a really productive back and forth. And let's build on that with George Mazuri, the Chief Executive Officer of the Ustadi Foundation, reflecting on what David and Dorothy were saying there. Can you follow up? How do you try and reach the youth where they are? Which actors do you work with successfully? And can you give us an example of success? Yes, George.
Yeah. Thank you very much for having me. What David and Dorothy have said is real, because I know a lot of youth have applied for the existing funds, but it's not been easy. And of course, it's because of several problems or other challenges. And so to speak, these challenges cannot be addressed by one person. We need a multifaceted, kind of approach, because then from the youth, of course, there are barriers that prevent them from accessing some of the, the resources that are there. But again, from the owners of the fund, they also have issues of inappropriateness of the products, because then you have financial products that are not addressing what the youth really need. So that poses a challenge, in itself. And that's why they're not able, to really actualize what this fund is really intended to. The other thing is, for us, we are involved in working with the youth to create, employment. But the biggest problem has also been a mismatch in terms of the skills that are there and what the job market also requires. So again, we need everybody to come together. We work together with whatever is existing, so that then we are able to address this issue, because it will continue for years and years to come. It's a major problem that requires serious, consideration across the board.
And what's, George, are your entry points? We heard yesterday from the Liberian Minister of Agriculture that young people don't want to get their hands dirty like Dorothy is doing and work with the soil directly and farm. They want to be further up the value chain. That's where they're really interested. So I'm just wondering where the entry points are, who you're working with, and are they able to add value? Where are the young people? Where are they interested?
As an organization, we are currently implementing a project that is funded by IFAD, and is exactly addressing some of the issues that Dorothy is talking about here. We are implementing a project that is trying to bridge the gap between training and industry. And if you go to the rural areas, most of the youth do not have the skills that are required by the industry. So as a project, we are trying to look at two pathways to address that. We are looking at a pathway of wage employment and another pathway of enterprise development. And I think that is where now Dorothy, falls in. When it comes to enterprise development, then we are looking at value chains that have the ability to attract, youth. And not only value chains, but also within the value chains, you'll find that there are certain nodes where now the youth are more interested. And of course, from where I come from, youth are interested in quick wins. So from my experience, we find that you get the entry point where now the youth can get the quick wins, but when they are inside there, you are able to package certain opportunities for them to realize that now they can even do more than what the quick wins doing for them. I'll give you an example. We've had situations where, for instance, in the cashew industry, you find that people go in there, the youth want to just hawk, the processed cashew. They're not making much from there. But once they are there and they understand all the intricacies within the value chain, then they're able now to go back and see that by involving themselves in the actual farming, then they're able to make more than what they're making through the hawking. So they have to, first of all, get into that value chain, understand the opportunities that are there, and then at that point, then they're able to participate fully.
Mm-hmm. Tremendous. Thank you very much indeed for that, George. Let's scale up a bit to the African Union Commission level. Haile Abibi is waiting for us. Hello, Haile. So we've been focusing on Kenya, but of course, Kenya is part of the East African community, and you are the African Union looking after the whole continent. And in fact, last year at the AGA, we heard the AU has adopted an African agribusiness youth strategy, which sounds great in principle. Can you tell us what has happened as a result of that in practice? Can you give us some examples of where jobs are being created and where the kind of things we are seeing in Kenya and want to see more of successfully, we're seeing elsewhere
2.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you so much, and we are glad to join the discussion from the African Union side. Just to start, it's been highlighted that we have, Africa is the home to the largest number of young people in the world. In fact, we have about 450 million young people living in the continent today, and there has never been as many young Africans as they are now. And as a commission, we recognize that none of our development aspirations, not only agriculture, agri-food system transformation, but in general, all our development aspirations cannot be achieved without meaningful engagement of young people across the continent. In fact, we also recognize that young people today, as Dorothy, they are playing a critical role in the agri-food system, the agriculture system, as a producers, innovators, across the different value chains. But equally, we also recognize the challenges that the young people face across the continent, especially high unemployment rates. Some of the speakers highlighted every year up to 20 million young people join the labor market, which is unparalleled by the opportunities being offered by the market itself. It's only 3 million jobs are created every year across the continent. We understand the challenges are immense, but the opportunities are also enormous. The agri-food system provides a huge untapped employment opportunities for young people. It's between now and 2050, we need to triple the food production to meet the food demand across the continent, which we cannot offset by importing. We can produce that food demand locally, which can create a huge employment opportunities for young people. The challenge, however, is how to get them involved into the agri-food system. How can we facilitate the enabling environment for young people to join the agri-food systems and contribute? And that's why the Commission developed the African Agribusiness Youth Strategy, which facilitates the involvement of youth into the agri-food systems and to the agribusiness sector, identifying constraints, challenges, how we can get both the demand and the supply side, which David and Dorothy were highlighting, building the skills, making the agriculture sector more attractive, building institutions that facilitate young people involvement in the agriculture sector. The AOIS is all about that. And in fact, the member states, as the African Union Commission, gave us the mandate of developing policies and help our member states to adopt them and contextualize them to the specific country situations.
And this sounds very promising, highly, but we reflected on that a year ago with some approval. How is it going so far? What kind of progress can you report to us?
Yes, we can report a few. In fact, today I am in Zambia. We have identified a few countries and 2 regional economic communities to support them to harmonize the African Youth Agribusiness Strategy into their specific situations. We have identified policymakers from different institutions to build their capacity in applying the African Youth Agribusiness Strategy to create the enabling environment for young people in the agribusiness and in the agriculture sector. We'll start the training next Monday, which will take place in Lusaka. And as I have said, our mandate as a commission, it has to be clear that our mandate as a commission is to develop strategies and help regional economic communities and member states to adopt those strategies into their specific situation. And that's what exactly we are doing. In fact, when it comes to specific programs, we are also collaborating with institutions to assist us implement the strategies that we develop. We have programs, opportunities for youth in Africa, which we implement in 6 countries. We are developing a new program with ILO, the Job Agri Initiative. We have several programs. As a commission, we are not engaging in the implementation, but we are supporting institutions to mobilize resources and apply the instruments that we are.
Okay, well, that sounds promising, Hali. That sounds promising. Let me stop you there. So, Ileana Grandelis, coming to you now from FAO, Program Officer, Inclusive Rural Transformation, inclusive, very important, and Gender Equality Division. So we've had 3 perspectives from Kenya, 1 from the African Union, and now we need yours. What's your reaction to what you've heard from Kenya and from the AU level? Can you build in FAO's attempts to implement several programs focusing on youth and rural employment?
Yes, FAO is very active on the topic of do I need the mic? Yes. FAO is pretty active on the topic. We support around 15 countries in Africa, and this is a growing commitment of the organization, especially since youth was retained as one of the cross-cutting themes in the new strategic framework of FAO. And as the colleague from the African Union Commission mentioned, there's been a lot of progress. So many promising cooperation efforts, let's say, that are happening. We're not there yet. There's much more needed, but still very interesting efforts. Like I can mention a few linked to Kenya. For instance, the FAO UNIDO joint program on opportunities for youth in agriculture in Africa, supporting 6 African countries. It's called OYA. This is an example of a joint initiative between 2 United Nations organizations, but also within, still at the UN level, within the UN country teams, for instance, the topic of youth employment is becoming more and more cross-cutting, and this is helping entities to come together and join forces. An example, the Youth Connect Summit, now happening in Kenya this year in its 6th edition, starting 8 December, will be a very high-level summit where youth, on the topic of youth leadership and innovation for Africa's integration this year, where UNDP is in the lead and FAO is bringing let's say, the agri-food system lens. But if I can mention a good example for Kenya, for instance, just to give a concrete example of collaboration on the ground, I would refer to what Dorothy also mentioned, this youth in agribusiness county adapted strategies for Kakamega County, but also for Siaya County. And that's where, for instance, FAO, GIZ, join forces to support the local government, so the county government in this case, to gather youth organization, youth voices, private sector, local stakeholders, and come together to define the youth agenda, the youth employment agenda at county level. And these are collaborations that I think are really promising because strategic, moving forward, let's say, helping a national level or a local level to define, to own the youth employment agenda. And this, I believe, will really guide future interventions, a different level, so regional,
you act as the coordinating
together.
body.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can you explain, how is that going? So when you bring people together, how do you construct an agenda that everybody is happy with, and that's going to be meaningful and not just going to produce another agenda and another program?
Yes, so I do believe that genuine efforts are needed to accompany, let's say, this nationally owned process for building this, constructing these agendas, no, a national level, a county level, local level. This is not often the case. There are very promising initiatives, there are efforts in many countries, the national coordination mechanism on youth in Uganda, for instance, led by the Ministry of Labor. But often what happens is that those mechanisms remain dependent from development-funded interventions. So there's often limited ownership, let's say, of those mechanisms. And I think that something that the development cooperation could do, partners can do, is really accompanying, let's say, strengthening the ownership of those processes, developing solutions together with the stakeholders for them to own the process. And an example related to the youth, especially the youth organizations need to be included in those processes, and for them to be autonomous and really harness the benefit of that seat at the table that Jenna mentioned, you know, is there, but you still need to strengthen their capacity to benefit from it. What we did, for instance, is supporting, empowering youth with trainings for them to understand the public policy cycle, for instance. And this was very concrete in Kenya, in local counties of Kenya, accompanying the youth to meet with the local government, understand the different policies that build the different steps that build a public policy in its development, for them to actually identifying the entry points for contributing. So this is ways where we can really empower the local stakeholders, empower national governments to own, I believe, the processes they're supposed to lead.
Thank you very much indeed, Ileana. We've got a number of questions that have come in, some for Jiyoon directly, and then let's have a look. Aha, okay, so Jane, my word, Jane, Leviki Suka, you're asking lots of questions here. I'll choose the ones I think are most opposite. I won't be able to ask all of them, but you said, okay, may I ask Mr. Abibi from the AU? So, Haile, you're ready. 2 questions. Number 1, what are your top messages for action by African governments and donors? And then number 2, could you speak to what jobs diagnostics you rely on and how they address youth climate resilience and equitable transitions to green economies? Whew, okay. Number 1, and be brief in your answers, okay, please, because I want to try and get
difficult to answer.
So number 1, what your top messages for action by African governments and donors?
I think the top message should be we have to stop the way we portray young people. We have this amount of young people in the country. We have to consider them as an asset, not as a threat. An asset that could transform our agriculture and agri-food systems. Another key message here should be we have to follow a holistic approach, both for the government and for the donors. We cannot develop the skill of young people and leave the financial aspect out. We cannot, develop the skills of the young people and leave upgrading the value chains and everything. We need to follow a holistic approach, make agriculture sector attractive, build the skills of young people, provide access to productive inputs, facilitate the institutions, support the institutions that facilitate young people involvement in the agri-food system. That's when we'll see difference. We cannot just follow just an approach here and there and expect results. We need to follow a holistic approach, both for the government and for the donors. That's my key message. And in terms of the transition, yes, the transition, we need to have that transition to green economy, to the environmental sustainable practices. But we have to also ensure in the process we cannot afford to leave young people behind. Okay. The transition should include the young people. I know you are.
Haile, I have to let you land because we have more contributions to come. This question comes from Ariel Halpern. Ariel, thank you for your question via Zoom or via interactivity there. Can George tell us more about the incentives for the engagement of the private sector or employers in job creation? So what are the incentives? How do you persuade the private sector and employers to come in?
Yeah, one of the things that we have done quite effectively is adopting a market-focused approach, where we begin with the employers. So we've been working directly with employers and employer bodies like Federation of Kenya Employers, ASNET, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, because these are member bodies of employers. And at that level, then we're able to gauge, the needs of these employers and then work backwards to the training institutions and the hubs to make sure that now we supply what the employers require, or rather the market. And in this case, we have adopted an approach where we're saying we place and retain. By working with employers, they're able now to work and shape the youth that they require at that time, together with our hubs, so that they get what they want. One of the considerations has been where they place, say, like 10 youth, then we have that guarantee that probably out of the 10, they will employ 5, and the extra 5 now can also get jobs elsewhere. Now, as a program, what we have done is that in this placement mechanism, we have tried to support them, especially for like a short period of like 2 to 3 months. And during this period, we are working with them, capacity building this youth, but of course, tailor-made to the job needs that have been identified, from the word go. So we support them with some incentives, monetary incentives, for instance, lunches, transport, to the youth that are going to work with them for a certain period. And then after that, we weed them out, and now, they get employed, in the industry. Okay. This has worked for us.
Very good, George. Thank you very much. This question is from Elisa Pettinati. No, is it Pettinati? Pettinati. Hello, Elisa. Thank you very much for joining us. And she's talking about the perception that donors have about the youth being high risk. And as a result of that, it makes it difficult to face the high unemployment rate, or to deal with the high unemployment rate of young people in the rural sector. So she wants to know what kind of, you're looking at me quizzically, yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Okay, what kind of innovative mechanisms from the GDPRD members already exists or might be fostered in coordination with other donor platforms, whether public or private? So innovative mechanisms to deal with this perception that donors have about investing in youth being high risk for the reasons we've already heard. How do we deal with that? Is there any innovation you can tell us about?
Well, I think for many donors, youth is increasingly becoming a target population indeed. It's true that we also saw in the past that at times the fact that, for instance, rural youth were easily mobile, for instance, I could just more easily change locations. Just that factor could jeopardize some project interventions, let's say, and create some challenges. But I do think that overall, the overall investment on youth as a target group by donors is increasing, and reducing the risk profile, let's say, of youth, especially, for instance, when looking at the credit, for instance, or especially in that case, can be addressed in various manners. We talked about that a lot today. I think donors have a big role to play there in terms of how to de-risk, let's say, that population or credit financing to that population. And this can go from the guarantees schemes we have discussed today, but also the overall effort on skilling, accompanying the youth, organizing, or supporting youth organizations, let's say, to provide a more stable platform and environment also for interaction with the donor community, with the local governance mechanism, can be seen as a potential mechanism for the risk. And the youth need to be sitting at the table and understand what is going on. We're seeing this from Dorothy. They know about some mechanisms, they're trying to apply to them. They don't like not to get a response to their application. So I think that the transparency of information, which is already starting to happen and needs to be increased, is really what will change also the perception about the youth and that supposed risky profile.
Before you come in, you were looking, Juliana, at Jenna's direction, and Jenna was grinning in agreement. Perhaps you want to briefly respond. It's working.
Thank you so much. I think also something that when we talk about building programs with partners, donors, is to try a small pilot with them first. It's normally what we do, right, with people when we're testing out a relationship, and that can also help stem some of those doubts and also put a capacity building program alongside the other interventions. And so that is a really good method that we've found brings a lot of security to the other partners involved.
Excellent. Ji-Yun, there's a couple of questions for you. I know you want, but briefly you want to respond to this point.
Youth are not really a high risk. I think the problem is that we are pushing too much the entrepreneurship as the sort of a panacea for the youth employment problem. And the studies that we've done show that the successful entrepreneur is a very minor portion of the youth. Yeah. And so, yes, if you want to push everyone into becoming an entrepreneur, yeah, they're high risk. But we need to push towards or promote more wage employment. And that means we need to create markets, we need to create industries where young people can be trained to enter the downstream activities.
And with reference, please keep the mic, with reference to your study, Jane asks whether the majority of the activities you reviewed in the study focus on employability or employment expansion. Interesting distinction there. Employability or employment expansion.
I like this, 715 projects in my head.
I know you're trying to download.
Download. But I would say a lot of projects were on employability, meaning training, because I think, again, as I said, it's a safe space. People are comfortable with providing training. They're then less responsible for what happens after. Expansion was a little less. Also, it was also difficult to measure what we mean by expansion. Is it retention, or did we actually create new jobs? So I would say more focus was on employability, but lots of projects, obviously, the objective is both. Yeah.
Yeah. And very quickly from Graziella, and you can answer this very quickly, I think. Is inflation considered in the ODA growth trends? Is inflation considered? Yes.
Oh, I guess, yeah, 2010 to 2020, I think it's constant USD, but I think it is considered, yeah.
Excellent. Okay, we're about to wrap up. I'm going to wrap up with, let's have a look, with Dorothy. We're hearing a lot about the youth, and you told us at the beginning about the gaps and the issues and your funding application, which for some reason was lost in the CBD or somewhere, or wherever. And Ileana was saying that people are courting the youth, they're wooing you, they want you. Do you feel courted? Do you feel that people want you? Do you feel that now is your time? And if not, what can make it your time? What is the next step you want to see? Because you've got all these people in the room listening to you and all these people online. What next, do you think? Oh, you're muted, sorry. That's the next thing, unmute.
Sorry about that. Do we feel wanted?
Yes.
Not yet. Let me start from government. Not yet. We have a whole ministry.
David is smiling, by the way. You can continue. And we want him to weep. Keep going.
Let me just begin by, we have a Ministry of Youth in Kenya. But what they focus on are just talents and sports. He's talked about public participation. When it comes to public participation, only youths who are closest to the admins are the ones who are involved. If you're not close to the admin, you won't even know there's something like that. They will only advertise that public participation in the morning, and the public participation is the same day. So for me, when it comes to government, no. When it comes to the business community, there's some improvement because there's market for what we are producing. We also have a lot of mechanisms such as advance payment, something that can encourage on production. On donors, also there's something wrong with, I think we need direct interventions with us, the youth. We are there. We are able to do what the other people are able to do. Direct interventions. We have been trained. So enough of the software. Now it is hardware. We want to take off. We don't have this capital. We have been trained. Then what next? So I think at some point we can be felt, and at other times we are not felt, especially when it comes to our government. It's high time as youth, when you just see a youth, don't focus on talent, sports, also focus on agriculture. Some of us, our talent is in agriculture, not running around. Thank you.
But we are fans of Kipchoge and Kelvin Kiptum, nonetheless. They are great ambassadors for Kenya. Thank you very much. Dorothy, let's put our hands together for Dorothy, for David, George, Haile, Ileana, thank you both, and Dion. Thank you very much indeed. Wonderful panel. Thank you very much. Excellent. So as our panel makes its way off the stage and from online, that was tremendous. I think we got somewhere there. Okay, I would like to invite the thematic working group co-chairs. We have Elisanda Estrus Puertas, a rural economy specialist at ILO, and Frank Bertelman. I think you're both here. And we have Sven as well, advisor at the Global Project Rural Employment with focus on youth, GIZ. So between you, you have 5 minutes. That's about 1 minute 30 each. Or one of you can take all 5 minutes, or you can split it 2.5 minutes each. It's up to you. How would you synthesize what you've heard and you want to send us forward?
Yeah, thank you, Henry. We try our best. But first of all, a big thanks to all the participants, the inputs. I think that was another very nice session, very rich. And I think last year we discussed a lot how we can empower youth, how important it is to have entrepreneurs, agripreneurs to innovate, to create jobs. And now we discussed how to coordinate and how to scale, which is much more difficult.
Yeah.
But I think we have seen a lot of lights and shadow. But I was quite impressed with the results of the G20 initiative. I mean, nearly 3 million new jobs created, 5 to 6 million people, young people into training. That is a very good success. And I think just to focus also the light on it and to make it visible, I think it's already a huge success.
Yeah.
Looking at the donor coordination in Kenya and also at international level, I think there's still a lot of room for improvement, but I think we all try hard and we know how difficult it is. Also, we are active in Western Kenya. We are part of the story.
So Dorothy was pointing the finger at you as well.
As well.
Okay.
And it's incredibly difficult and complex, and it will never be perfect. I think that needs to be clear. But the demand is huge, and I think we need to invest all more, and we need to coordinate better. So this is quite clear. And I think these kind of initiatives at the G20 level, international level, but also at country level, at county level, to have a policy in place helps a lot to align. And I think if we have indicators, it helps a lot to measure and to see if we are successful or not. So I think we should do it definitely more. And then we can also maybe even have some indicators on coordination that we can also be accountable for that one. Knowing that it's a moving target, but I think still to try to do it and having a little bit medium to long term, I think helps a lot.
Thank you. Elisanda?
Yes, I think Frank has been quite comprehensive. For me, key takeaways are that we have been reminded that younger generations play a key role, if not an essential role, in the future of agri-food systems. So they should be part and parcel of the discussions, and that there is a huge youth employment challenge, and much of it is happening in rural areas. So I think we have a lot of work to do in our working group, but also we hope to contribute to the discussions in the platform as a whole. I think it was excellent to build on the stock taking of the platform, but also of the G20 initiative. So thanks for the report and sharing the findings. There are a lot of lessons learned. And for me, it's we bring it all back to the working group. I think we have much work to do. And well, we are here to work for, but also with youth. I think for me, that's something I have very close to my heart. So thanks a lot.
Very good. Thank you very much. Is Sven here? Did Sven have anything to add from GIZ? Or is you want to say something, Sven? He's cool. It's all been, he's landed already. In fact, he didn't even take off. Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed.
Maybe just one last
one more thing, yes.
I think what is also was coming up strongly, access to finance, and also the work in the working group between the different working groups, the board, the different work streams. I think there we can still improve a lot also on coordinating among ourselves and these interfaces, because I think this is what is also needed on the ground, and to really bring it to the ground.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. Excellent stuff. Okay, so we now, what are we? Just gone 3:30. Got a 15 minutes, is it? 15-minute little coffee break, okay? And then we'll come back to just consider the implications of AGA 2023, the discussions we've had since yesterday morning. We'll have some deliberations for better coordination, and Jim Woodhill, advisor to the GDPRD, will join me here. And we'll also pull in some thinking from other colleagues, including Massimo Torreira-Cullen, who's the chief economist of FAO. We've got a message from him. We've got other colleagues as well. And then just before 5 o'clock, I'll pass the floor over to Tristan, GDPRD chair, just for a final closing of the session. So we're into the home straight now. Bit of coffee, your final energy gel, and then come back here in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Oh, well, yes, thank you. That's very nice. Very nice, very nice. Yes. I enjoyed that session. Whoops. if you would to. Thank you, everybody. Now, if you look at your programs, you will see that 1530 to 1650, implications of the AGA discussions and deliberations for donor coordination. I feel like saying friends, Romans, countrymen, but you can see it's coming towards the end of the 2 days. So I think there was a lot of energy and excellent discussion, form and content in the last session on youth, etc. So, and we've heard so much really good and interesting stuff over the past couple of days. Some broad themes have emerged, which we'll try and tackle in a moment or two. But Jim, I think we need to hear from a very senior person at the Food and Agricultural Organization, Maximo Torero Cullen. So we're going to start this session with a recorded message from him, and then from that we will build and we'll have a bit of participation, 1 or 2 little groups. Is that, you got that in mind?
I've rolled up my sleeves for a good reason. I think we're going to have a little bit of a chat amongst
Yes.
those that are left here in the room.
Yes.
Maybe you even get to meet and chat with somebody you haven't talked to yet. Try and draw through together a few key messages, and then we're also going to come back to some of the Global Donor Platform board members to get a few messages from them. And I'm hoping that we have Iris and Radio online, do we? Radio, sorry. Yep. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Great. Well, let's hear from Maximo,
Fantastic, yes.
and then we'll get on with it.
Tremendous. Okay. Okay.
Dear colleagues, it's a pleasure to be with you today. And what I wanted to bring is some of the issues that we are looking at FAO and how we can work in terms of increasing our preparation, our readiness to be able to face the challenges of water, climate change, and inequalities that we are facing today. And that's where resilience is so important. The problems that we are facing in terms of conflict, climate variability, slowdowns, and downturns are problems that have been happening the last 20 to 30 years. It's not new. What is different is that the frequency has accelerated, but also what is different is that after COVID-19, inequalities have substantially increased. And this is affecting our capacity to access to the minimum calories we need, but also especially our capacity to access to healthy diets. What we have observed in the latest SOFI is that the number of chronic undernourished people is around 735 million people. That means that after the significant increase of COVID-19, we have settled but at a very higher level relative to what was before COVID-19. So we were in 612 million in 2019, now we are in 735 million, which means that the situation has deteriorated, and even this stabilization that we observe today is composed of very heterogeneous results. We have a Latin America that has improved, we have an Asia that has improved, but we have Africa that has deteriorated in all these regions, and also Caribbean countries which have been affected. The most important thing also to understand is that if we continue in this trend, we will be in 600 million people, more or less, in chronic undernourishment by 2030. So extremely far from what we had before, what we expect for ODS 2. But if we take out the impacts of COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine, that means that will have meant 119 million less people chronic undernourishment. So without those two uncertain shocks, we could have been in a better situation, but still very far from what we accomplished. But again, it opens the opportunity that we can quickly recover and start to be at least in the correct trend, and then see how we can accelerate the process. And that's where we need to carefully understand the world we are going to be facing. And this is a world that we are going to be facing with significant risk and uncertainties in the agri-food systems. Risk on the humanitarian front, which today, more than ever, we're observing what is happening, which will impact migration, will impact food access to the most vulnerable. But also risk on the macroeconomic side because of the linkages of the energy sector with the inputs and with biofuels. But also the financial stress that we are perceiving and the debt and the exchange rate as a consequence of the increasing interest rates. And of course, the risk of landmines and nuclear contamination that could move significant pieces of land out of production, which are so important today. Now, in the specific agri-food sector, we will have impacts over inputs and supplies, seeds, pesticides, and fertilizers, as we have seen. Trade will always be in potential risk. As we have been observing, countries can impose export restriction, and this is extremely relevant in countries that are so important in terms of their export shares in the world. But logistics is also important, which affects production, will affect prices, and diseases will be there also. And all these under water stress and climate change. Water will be a key topic, and we need to find ways in which we can improve efficiency of use of water, but also climate change that will be affecting us in 4 dimensions. Extreme temperatures, excess or lack of water, variability of the climatic variables that makes more difficult to farmers to make decisions, but also it will impact pests and diseases that will evolve over time. But why is this so critical today? Because of the 9 planetary boundaries, we already have surpassed 6 of them. And that puts us in a situation which is entering a kind of a black box, a situation where biophysical dynamics are not linear anymore. And the speed of the problems will increase to exponential trends. And the systems have these tipping points that we need to look at carefully. So we are moving in this environment that we won't know how much what will impact. And that's where, of course, we need to find ways in which we increase resilience, and we need to find ways in which we accelerate the process we work today. And that's where in FAO, we're focusing on 2 areas of resilience: how we can minimize risk and how we can cope with risk when they occur. When we talk about minimizing risk, we're working on a set of tools for early warning systems. Together with our partners, we are emphasizing the One Health approach to avoid and to minimize the risk of emergence of new zoonotic reservoirs. And we are going to increase access to insurance. We're working right now in catastrophic insurance and see how we can create a mechanism that will allow us to be better prepared, but also to focus on traditional insurance in the agricultural sector. In terms of how we can increase our capacity of absorption, we need to increase absorptive capacity by looking at 3 dimensions: diversity of partners of trade, diversity of production, and also see how we can develop a strategic reserve that could help countries to cope to their social protection programs in a very efficient way. We need well-targeted social protection programs that are flexible and can adapt to the different types of shocks. And we need consumer-centered model for nutrition challenges. But mainly, we need to prioritize our investment and interventions to reduce food loss and waste, and to align incentives to be able to achieve this investment that is required. And that will require to us to work intensively in different areas. Let me just give you the example of prioritizing these investments. We have been doing meta-analysis to try to see which are the investments that reduce the most the number of people moving out of hunger at the most cost-effective way. The width of the bar shows the amount of people that can be moved. The vertical axis is the cost-effectiveness. So we know which are the activities that we need to start to accelerate at the global level in terms of prioritization of investments. But we also need to go at the country level. And that's where we are looking at territorial approaches and developing information systems with geospatial information, trying to get the state-of-the-art information to measure the agricultural potential, where agriculture can be livestock, crops, fisheries, forestry, how efficient they are, and how good is the access to the market, and combine that with poverty and hunger layers. That allows us to develop taxonomies that allow us to prioritize in the space where to invest. And that's what Hand in Hand is doing with 67 countries right now at FAO. We are prioritizing the green areas, where areas of high priority because it's high poverty, agricultural potential, but also very high inefficiency, which means that if we reduce inefficiencies through investment plans targeting those bottlenecks that don't allow these farmers to unleash their potential, we can move these people sustainably out of hunger and poverty over time. This can be done not only for crops, like in the left-hand side, but in the same country, in this case, in Tanzania, we can do it also for livestock. And as you can see, the typologies are different, and therefore the policies could be different and allow us to better prioritize and help governments to target those investments. These investment plans go through different stages. So first, we identify those geospatial platforms with the countries. We build the data with them. We accelerate the process and the technology and the tools that we provide to them. But then we also work with them to develop their investment plans, bring in the investment center, and then create the World Food Forum, which allow us to bring a match make with private sector, with IFIs, and many other agencies that could help to support these countries in these targeted investment plans over the space. This is what helps us to move forward, and there are many tools that we're using and bringing the pieces together. So FAO has been focusing on working on these tools, accelerating also inclusion, especially gender inclusion. We have just published the report on women in the agri-food systems, and we will continue to work on designing of these special tools that will allow us to bring data together, techniques together, and accelerate the process of transformation in these countries. I hope this was useful, and thank you so much for the time.
So Massimo, I'm in stereo. Very good, very good. So Jim, because that's killing my age. I'm just wondering what you made of that. I like this notion of, what was it, prioritization using territorial approaches. You know, using what you know of the terrain of a country, the most fertile land, where the farmers are, and where you may get most impact. Building on what is known, as opposed to trying to start from zero. Because each time I come to an event like this as a moderator, not as a specialist, I think myself, the grand narrative, the grand themes are repeated because they're meant, alignment, in-country ownership, engagement of youth, women, etc., vulnerable populations, sustainable growth. For you as a specialist, what are you hearing that's giving you hope that people are building on what is known and not just starting from ground zero each year?
Yeah, no, thanks. I think Maximo outlined very well some of the big challenges, but also showed some of the sort of practical ways that we need to be thinking and moving stuff forward. I think in an event like this, it's very easy to sometimes get overwhelmed by some of the challenges. But I think from some of the work I do, I mean, you have to look at the risks, but actually you tackle the risks by finding the opportunities. And reflecting back on the youth session that we had this afternoon, I had the pleasure of being with about 60 youth in Africa just before the summer, many of who were young entrepreneurs. And I mean, the energy and the motivation and the drive that that group had for their own businesses, but also to basically create a better world was phenomenal. And I think sometimes we can get a little bit pessimistic in terms of what we see at the sort of national or global governance, but not very far below the surface. There are, vast numbers of organizations and people working really hard in very passionate, committed ways for a better world. And I think it's really, really important that we don't forget that. And a lot of that, of course, is linked to some of the resources that donors actually make available for people to come together, to create alliances, to support NGOs, and basically create that underlying social capital that's really fundamental. So I guess that's sort of a little bit where I leave it. I mean, I think Brian gave us a fantastic story of what had happened over the last 20 years in international development. I think it's probably pretty clear to all of us that have been sitting in this room for the last few days that we're entering into a very different era for the next 20 years. And probably we're going to have to shift things very, very fundamentally over these next 20 years. But there are lots of opportunities for doing that. And I think we've heard the challenges and the opportunities over the last couple of days. And I think that then sort of comes back to donors as how do you really put your money where you can optimize the transformative impact of those opportunities that are actually out there. So look, with that, does that sort of answer your question?
No, it's all right. It's all right. I've got to know you now. If my brain is typical, your brains are all packed. Okay. I do have an atypical brain, but packed, and we need to download. And I think
can I ask them to do something?
Yes.
Okay. So look, I know it's Friday afternoon. We've just had a big afternoon tea and we're probably ready to sort of get on our transport and fall asleep. But could everybody stand up?
Oh.
And what I'd like you to do is to move around and find two other people you haven't spent a lot of time talking to over the last couple of days. So
I thought you were going to ask us to do some press-ups or
no. While they're talking,
no.
Move around and find two other people that you don't know or you haven't chatted to very much over the last couple of days, and just form a little group of three. Don't be shy.
Stop it, Brian. You know them already. All right. Good. That's a group of five over there.
That's good.
Are they allowed? Are they allowed?
Hey, why don't you go enjoy those?
You want to join these guys?
Yeah.
I know them.
Okay, so listen up. And for people online, just give us. Okay, for people online, just give us 5 minutes, please. I've got 3 questions for you, Tristan. Please listen. I've got 3 questions for you. What's inspired you over the last 3 days? What surprised you over the last 3 days? And what's a really critical message that you think donors need to hear for going forward? Just a quick chat, a few quick ideas, and then we're going to hear a few responses. You've got 5 minutes. Go to it.
Surprise, inspired.
A surprise, an inspiration, and a key message.
So surprise. Moderate. That's what I do. Moderate. No, I'm just floating around. That's okay. I'm not going to say anything untoward.
Can you reflect on one thing that I would change from today, or from this? You know, it's like I love the panel discussions, but I also got most of my energy today out of the side conversations that I had with people around. Matter if you haven't answered all the questions, I'm sure we'll get some good responses. If you don't mind, could I invite everybody to come and sit around the front here, so we just feel a little bit more together for the final half hour? Yeah, and on the seats. Yeah, well, you can be here in the middle if you like, Maurizio. So just if everybody comes up to the front and sits around here.
Some kind of holy man. The holy man in Varanasi or something like that, you know. Is it Varanasi? Where they in the next slide, yeah, Varanasi.
So so what inspired you? Anybody got a few things?
I know there was talk of inspiration in our little group over there.
And
so I'll out to you. Yeah. Who wants to kind of lead on the inspiration? Manon?
I think what inspired us was the amount of information, of knowledge, expertise that we saw during the 2 days.
Yeah.
Starting with Brian Baldwin span over the years. That was a good start.
Yeah.
And also the challenge then of integrating all this in a unique frame and knowing what to get out of this. And so it's an inspiration, although it's not as positive, but it's managing the knowledge that we have. And I think that was it. I mean, if you want to complete.
Yeah, just to complement that, I think there's such an overabundance of research and learning that has already been done. And as a practitioner, as we mentioned, sometimes there's so much information that comes to your desk, it's hard to know where to focus your energy. So I do think that there's a need for coordination, not only across the people who are conducting the learning, but also the different parties who will hopefully benefit from it, whether that's the donors or the private sector. At CSAF, we're trying to do this right now. We're in the process of creating a learning collective that will answer these questions about what are the right benchmarks for catalyzing capital? How do we do that in a way that's optimizing impact? And it's really important that donors are at the table. We have some already who are sitting in the group, but I definitely want to invite everyone in the room and the platform itself to partner with that and focus around how we can coordinate knowledge to effectively influence policy.
Okay, great. No, I mean, nice point, because it's not only about donors coordinating, it's different actors in the system playing, and also about not just delivery, but about actually the knowledge and the learning. So great, thanks. The group up at the back there, what did you come up with?
Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil.
Yeah. Or did you just have a
we
nice,
didn't really,
we
just had a nice chat. Yeah, we didn't get very far. I mean, I can just speak from myself. You know, I kind of cut across our ag and nutrition teams. So, you know, I'm looking forward to actually staying connected with everyone and seeing how we can better collaborate across sectors. I think that was something that kind of came out from the sets of conversations we had as well, especially around the financing bit. So I think there's a lot of room for shared investment and collaboration on that.
Right. Yeah. Any surprises for you, Jean-Yves?
For me particularly, the surprise was to realize that donors were still trying to learn. They kind of recognize that there is a gap somewhere, and they're willing. The willingness was a surprise for me. I thought that they were just laying back and pointing fingers, but that was not the case.
Great, thank you.
Why?
And the other group that was over in this corner.
Namakula, your mic.
I think for me, first, the inspiration. The inspiration for me was, I think I'm walking away with the realization that at least the people who were in this room seem to be very receptive to the opportunities that the country food systems transformation pathways offer as an entry point to make things come together for food systems at country level. So that's something I'm walking away with as an inspiration. I've been taking a lot of notes in terms of, because I'm quite embedded in several country processes. It's like, what do I say to the people when I get back home? How do they use the knowledge that I've got now by virtue of having participated here? The second thing was a eureka moment. And my eureka moment was something that was said this afternoon about us considering pushing all unemployed youth into entrepreneurship. And it just made me feel, wait a minute, not everybody is entrepreneurial. We all have our own spaces that where we have strengths. And so we need to think about being more holistic in terms of opportunities for youth, because not everybody will have an entrepreneurial acumen. So that's one. Then what was the other question?
I don't know. Well, if you were queen of Donorland, what would you do differently?
If I was the queen of Donorland, actually, there's a lot that I would do.
And we
now
only have half an hour left before we close. But
right now, if I was queen of Donorland, I would provide some resources to the country teams that are working on food systems transformation. And that money would be used to synthesize the evidence that we currently have of things that they can pick up that would make them hit the ground running in terms of implementation. Thank you.
Great, fantastic, thank you. There was another couple of little groups over here. Who was?
Yeah, something which surprised and inspired me was at the beginning, this looking back 20 years, long-term perspective and seeing what actually has happened. That was kind of amazing. And also with our topic in the last 5 years, that there was also progress and maybe shifting this lens from the past to the future and looking 20 years ahead, and then looking at the challenges and what needs to be done to get there. I think that was an inspiring thought. And I think we had a lot of good discussions which help us to do this, but maybe to focus the lens even more a little bit into a long-term perspective. Really inspired me.
Great, thanks. Have we got some participants still online? And if so, would any of them like to jump in and say anything while we're having this discussion about insights, inspirations, or ways forward? That's an open invitation, so just have a look. Who else do we have? You two.
We had a good discussion as well. And one of the take-homes, I think, for us was that we really enjoyed the smaller discussions that involved dialogue at a small scale around a table, and the side conversations that we've had actually in the last couple of days have actually been some of the richest experiences, and we really enjoyed that element.
Yeah. So the chat's over coffee. That's impossible when something's online.
Indeed. Yeah.
Brian?
Yeah, I think surprised and continue to be inspired by the commitment that the platform members give, but also the enthusiasm, the commitment, and also joining up on the dots and moving forward. The glass is half full or the glass is half empty. This meeting tells me the glass is half full and getting fuller. Yeah. I've really enjoyed listening to you, Madam, from Ilri talking about food systems on the ground. Minister Cooper saying this is how it can work. And thinking a little bit more about how capacity can support that. And as I was just speaking to my colleagues from Germany, again, we had a video just a few moments ago of Massimo Torero speaking at the World Food Forum last week. At the World Food Forum last week was Martin Hoppe, the Federal Ministry Head of Division. Now, I bring his name up because BMZ was one of the co-founders of the platform together with the World Bank. He said there are 5 critical areas that he wanted to focus on. And I think it's worth repeating because we mentioned them here today. He said the first issue is going to be political will. We've heard that on the video this morning. Second issue is public finance. He said the third issue is innovation. We would need to work with CGR and FAO. He said fourth is private sector engagement. And God bless him, he said the fifth one is joint and coordinated action. But then he went back and he said, listen, points numbers 1 and 2, political will and finance. He said, they go together. They're not separate. He said, you basically have to, he said this in FAO, you put your money where your mouth is. Yeah. And he closed and he went to the airport. It was a brilliant speech.
Thanks, Brian. Any other reactions or comments? And then we're going to move into having a little bit more reaction from our board members. Yeah.
Now maybe a key message, because you asked for that as well. Yeah. And also because it relates to what people said were inspiring. It's maybe listening and being able also to understand the position of the other. We spoke about, why were we inspired by the Minister of Liberia? It's because we don't always have the occasion to actually listen to her message, and that she also was able to speak quite openly about things. And I think that's what we value, and that's also our competence to be able to put ourselves in the place of the other. And that's what donor coordination is as well, is what is the goal and what do we need? And this platform is enabling a lot of listening. That's what I get from it, actually.
Great, thank you very much. Carin, were you about to say something? But feel free.
I mean, you did correctly identify that I wanted to say something, even though I didn't raise my hand. So you are very intuitive. Okay, okay. I was surprised, inspired, and I think it's also a key message by some of the reflection in the room about a lot of folks wanting to lead and everyone wanting to be the star, but that it doesn't necessarily go well with coordination and with collective efforts. And so that recognition in the room and discussion about that, I think, is a key message for me.
Mm-hmm. So please leave your logos at the door.
It may sound obvious, but worth saying. You know, for ILC, we're a partnership builder. We're not members of the donor platform, but it really appreciate the opportunity this time, as previous times, to come in and take part in the conversations. I think the fact that this group is quite an open group, and you invite others who are not members to come and listen and share and discuss with them is very much appreciated by organizations like ours that are not members, but very much value the opportunity to dialogue with you.
Great, thank you. So, I mean, everybody's free to sort of continue in the, oh, please, sorry.
Just a word on having been to the CFS on Tuesday and Wednesday, I was quite inspired by the format here, Global Donor Platform. And the discussion we just had in the little group evolved a bit on bringing other donors into the group, namely China, which was mentioned yesterday. Could be quite a controversial issue, but something I think we should discuss. And then also, how do we go about with the discussions that we've had? For example, the presentation on the blended finance, who will carry that on? Will we just now go to the airport, such as Martin did, and then that's it? Or will the Global Donor Platform carry that on? Or do we have other ideas for other formats? So that would be something interesting to know and discuss with you.
Great. I can't give answers to many things, but I can answer that. But yes, the platform will be taking forward the work stream on finance. So exactly what form that will take is to be determined. But yes, there will be follow up. If any. Okay. Well, look. Now I'm going to put some of the platform board members on the hot seat a little bit. Radio, are you online? And can we hear you if you say something?
I am online. Let me just see if I can operate my controls. Yes, it should be
working now. Am I being too mean to put you on the hot spot first, or are you comfortable with giving us a few reflections from a platform board member about what you think all of this means for taking the work of the platform forward?
Yes, no, that's fine. That's fine. I was expecting that. In the last, say, 20 minutes or so, I deeply regretted not to be there in presence, I have to say, starting from the stretching exercise, but also when you mentioned the coffee break and also these final reflections, I have to say, all the discussion on having some chats in smaller groups on the margin. So yeah, I came to regret that I'm not there.
Sorry to interrupt, Radi. You might need to just speak a fraction louder.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better.
Thanks God that I'm alone in my place, because I'm screaming. So no one is there to complain. What I was saying that I somehow regretted to not to be in the room, especially in the last 20 minutes, half an hour. But hey, this is what happened. And so my conclusions take away. I hope you can excuse me to put my own personal look into things, although I'm here speaking on behalf of Iris Kreber. So probably my top impression was from the great discussion on finance for SDG 2 and on the investment gap in so-called missing middle SMEs companies. And well, of course, this is also a good occasion to say thank you to Carin, Oshani, and the Shamba team. So I found it very, very useful that this excellent report was not only presented and discussed in the GDPRD General Assembly this morning, but also socialized and brought to others outside of it, starting from the CFS side event. I think it was on Monday. It seems to me just a month ago, in fact, but probably it was just at the beginning of the week. And because I think that that obviously this is not a discussion that we could have aimed to complete in these sessions, and it's probably, in my view, the most important one. And so I think we need much more collective coordinated thinking to come any close to viable solutions at the required scale. And since GDPRD is in fact good at collective and coordinated thinking, I cannot agree more with the last person who spoke before me in saying that that's a line of work that we should really continue focusing on in the 1 year to come, but probably also beyond that. A second point is more on the work that you, Jim, have led on, and in fact, thank you for that. So on the coordination line of work. And I wonder if we could somehow find an overlap between the two, between the work on finance and the work on coordination. So we understood from various discussions, but also just now from Maximo Torero, that local context matters a lot for the potential financing of SDG2 and for the investment in the missing middle. So I wonder if it could be an idea to consider to have a bit of an overlap between the finance line of activity and the piloting enhanced country coordination or coordination at country level, as we discussed it the other day. And yes, so yeah, again, thank you, Jim, for that work. Third item on my list, and I'll close the more takeaway things with that, is a reflection also on the fact that we particularly welcome the session yesterday on land tenure and climate, as land governance remains a very important priority for the FCDO and for many other members, and as a key enabler for many of our wider objectives on climate and on rural development. So again, this is also an area where I would hope and expect that we keep focus. So after these 3 points, just 2 thoughts directly on behalf of Iris, who unfortunately was not able to be here this afternoon. So first of all, that the UK herself, Iris, we are deeply honored and delighted to take the co-chair role in January of this great platform. And finally, a big thank you to Tristan for the chairing, and as ever to the excellent secretariat. And my English is limited to find another superlative to add to that. So starting from Maurizio, but also including all the staff, the newer ones, the less new, the Shamba Center, and everyone. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks, Radio. And I mean, let's give the Secretariat team a clap, even though they'll get thanked again at the end. And I think your point also dovetailed very much with what you said, Andrea, about the need to sort of coordinate knowledge and around finance and link beyond just coordination within the donor group. So that was a very good message. Can I pick on you, Bruce?
Sure, I can try to say something. Yeah, no, I no, I just want to say it's been a very dense 2 days. Dense in the sense of a lot of information coming in at us at a fast rate. A lot to go home and think about. So I have at least 10 pages of notes here, probably more. I'm not going to do them.
I thought you wanted to read
No,
10 pages
no,
of notes to us
don't worry.
before.
I'm just going to have a few summary things. No, just I think maybe just starting off with the first one, basically finance, risk, youth, and I think the question of coordination. I think that the question of how we leverage finance, this will be one which will occupy us in the years to come, and I think we should keep it as one of the critical topics in our work going forward. I mean, it was really good to hear some of the considerations and the complexities around engaging the missing middle. And I think that the element of risk is one which is quite complex. We've got to think about where are the risk premiums, not only from our own point of view, but also of those who are actually putting in money at various cases, at various stages, who takes the risk. And when we come to the element of youth, youth engagement, youth promotion, we have to recognize that, yeah, inherently they are a slightly higher risk component or seen as such. I mean, even when you look at car insurance in our own countries, it starts there that young people pay higher premiums. You have to ask why. I mean, most youth are not reckless. They are actually every bit as responsible as older people, but then there are a few outliers. And this I think also comes back to the question: what is our risk appetite? We say today it's about take more risks. Yes, definitely we should be bold, but there again we shouldn't be reckless. We can't. I mean, in a way, when you look at the amount of investment we make already, as donors, and the amount of investments where you can really definitely say, well, that led on to something really great. I'm thinking like the engagements of micromanagement. That is something which has had a profound made a profound impact on a lot of poor people across the world who are in many cases no longer poor as a result of it. But there are many cases where the investments have not, they've maybe been good in the short term, but they haven't really led on to that chain of further investment that we might have hoped for. So in a way, we're already pretty high up on the risk curve. We're quite good at hiding it sometimes, but there's a lot of risk taking already there. So I think we have to think about that aspect as well. And then maybe just the thinking about coordination and the informal space. I think we had a really rich session yesterday afternoon, examples from Ethiopia, from Somalia, and I think there's a lot we can percolate back up out of the countries to try. There are probably other great examples out there, things we can learn from, and continue to consolidate a bit of work around that. And then just for our own purposes, in terms of coordination, cultivate the informal space we have here. I think we could certainly make more of that. And it's worth noting that most of us are working very much at a technical level, not as technical specialists, but of people who have technical portfolio. And someone once told me that if you can reach an agreement, not that we always have to reach an agreement here at all, we can quite easily agree to disagree, but what's important is that we understand where we're coming from. And I think that's already important for when we do find ourselves in other foreign negotiation positions. Because what this person said was that when you reach an agreement at a technical level, the legitimacy of it is much greater than if you reach it at a political level. That sounds maybe a little bit counterintuitive, but it is the fact that if the technical people can say, look, this is what we've come up with, this is what works, it has a lot of authority. Whereas if it's a political kind of horse trading agreement, then it's always bound in the political context of the situation and doesn't have the same maybe strength as moving forward. I think that's always, I mean, a strength we can maybe build on here. And last point, we are going to come into this phase of we're playing on a field where the goalposts are moving very, very quickly. And I think we will certainly have our work cut out, keeping up with that. And yeah, just like radio beforehand, I just want to recognize the amount of work that Tristan's already overseen. He says he didn't do much work. I'm not quite sure that's the case. But I mean, definitely also Maurizio and his team have been amazing, really setting an inspiration for us. They're not taking this as a 9-to-5 job at all. And yeah, really a big thank you for that as well. And so yep, assuming that the executive board, of course, confirms, I'm happy to take on this the co-chair role along with Iris. And well, there's a lot to build on, and a big example there to yeah, motivate us to continue working.
So thanks. So in 2 or 4 years' time, after your tenure as a co-chair, assuming, what would you like to hear people saying about the platform?
I haven't thought that far. I mean, well, I hope they'll say, yeah, this is a platform that's really delivering. Yeah, that really is where we are finding a better understanding and being able to coordinate our inputs in a kind of joined up way. Basically, a good contribution to a systemic approach to delivering assistance across the world, I think. And working coherently with partners in partner countries. I think that would be really good. It's already the case. I think if we add a little bit more, that would be great. Yeah.
Great, thanks. Frank or Manon, would you like to add something from? No, it's all been said. Manon?
Waiting to be led by the next co-chairs. That sounds very inspiring. One thing that struck me with what I hear from the finance track that can trickle in the youth track, and I'm just wondering if actually all our conversation cannot be crossed, and sometimes we work, even in the platform, we work too much in silos, and actually what does that mean? I mean, can we bring the land people and the youth people and have some work together? And we have so many themes that we want to touch upon, but actually already with what we are working on, we're quite some richness, and maybe we can go even, I mean, just until the end, and not let that just in the open. So maybe yes, that's what the finance discussion this morning taught us, is that we're all concerned, and maybe we're all concerned also about the rest of the topics.
Yeah, great, thanks, Ron. So you're raising the bar even higher, and frightening the Secretariat about what they're going to have to do. Just before we sort of move on, Brian, is there anything you'd like to say? You know, having talked about the history of the platform and the history of rural development and so on, and having sort of set up the paper.
Let me talk about moving forward then. In that case, what it's interesting. We've had a presentation from Massimo, which actually came, as we've just been saying, from the CFS last week, and we've talked about the CFS. And indeed, this is a much better format than those long presentations at CFS. Here's a question that I don't know the answer to as such, but the CFS, and Bruce has been part of it. It has its pros, it has its cons, but it's under new chairmanship as of about half an hour ago from the ambassador for South Africa. So I think we're going to get a stronger African voice into the platform, which I think will be great for the CFS, excuse me. We have a lot of the donors who from your own countries on through their Rome-based representations in the CFS. The Global Donor Platform is a member of the CFS, I believe. Is it possible that the donor platform can more regularly take part in CFS activities? And if so, can donor platform members coordinate with their own bilateral country members here in Rome? Does they look? To take an example, Germany will be at the CFS next week. So will the German team from Rome. Can we just make sure we have a coordinated position? Or this could be a position. It'll strengthen what Germany would probably want to say, but it strengthens the multilateral elements that we've been stressing over the last couple of days.
Yeah.
So there's a question, if members of the platform go back to Capital and say, look, can we merge some of our platform views with what may be bilateral positions coming out in CFS events? CFS is not, it's just one committee. I'm not saying that it might just help CFS a little bit, and I think it'll obviously put the platform onto a platform, another platform, to accentuate. There's a multilateral body wishes to engage.
Great, thanks, Brian. I think you were snooping on the senior managers meeting the other night, because in fact, one of the agreements from the senior managers meeting of the Global Donor Platform was for the platform to take a slightly stronger role in sort of loose coordination ahead of big global meetings and events. So I think that's exactly in line with what you were speaking. I think we're getting pretty close to have done. But before I hand over to Tristan to wrap up, Maurizio, you might like to just say a few final words.
Thanks, Jim. So as you can imagine, this has been an incredibly intense week and with a lot of takeaways. And now our task is really to develop the work program for the future. We need to understand, what we're supposed to do over the next year or 2 years at least. And I get a pretty good sense of where we're going, and despite the fact that, we need to go through the board and through the various process. I mean, we live in a world that is a mess. Let's be, completely honest. ODA is completely changing, has been changing over the last years, but it will completely change over the next 20 years. So within the platform secretariat, and I think I can speak on behalf of the entire secretariat, but also I'm sure that our members will agree. We've always tried to find topics that can really help lead the way and understand where we're going. I mean, we're not the G7 clearly, but we're in formal space where donors talk and safely. But I think, my objective, and I think the objective of the members of the platform, is really to have the possibility to find a contribution and to navigate this complex mess that we're all living in. So the conversation on donor coordination, the extremely interesting and quite inspiring, to me at least, conversation on finance we had this morning is one of the little pieces of the entire mosaic that would like really to bring forward together with the rest of the membership, but also for the international community, because if we can really make a small contribution to this big mess, then I think the mandate of the global platform, the Global Donor Platform, will be fulfilled.
Great, thank you, Maurizio. So thanks everybody for contributing. Back over to you, Tristan and Henry, to wrap us up.
Thanks, Jim. And it's hard to say anything after so many thoughtful and articulate contributions. So I'll try to keep it pretty brief before I thank all the people that I need to thank, and wish all of you safe travels and goodbye for now. Look, I think we're a really interesting, diverse bunch of donors and stakeholders and people, and yet we come to this space, a common space that we value, that we've kept alive now for 20 years, right? It's a generation, and we come to that space with openness, with enthusiasm. We leave our defensiveness, we leave our politics a little bit at the door, and I think that actually is a really remarkable achievement in a world where most of the multilateral spaces that I occupy have actually gone in the wrong direction, where it's laden with politics, where we fight over words, where we don't compromise, and where we are trying to compete with each other. And what is different about this one is that we don't do that. And actually we value everyone's voice, and we value the opportunity, and as Manon has said, to actually listen to people like ministers in countries that are important to us actually speak openly in a non-political forum. And I actually think that's enormously valuable and unique. And we need to keep caring about this platform. And I guess that's my message. The world needs more conversations like this at the moment. And, as I look around and I see how many young people, entering public life, entering their careers, who have many more years ahead of you in organizations, in donor organizations, that gives me hope. It gives me hope that you will take forward this ethos, this culture back into your organizations and try and keep the world less crazy. Because I think things only get worse when people stop talking to each other, when people stop being open. And so I just encourage all of you to keep doing what you're doing. And, you know, certainly not least, I thank all the people who make this happen. I thank IFAD for hosting. I think, you know, fantastic place for the platform to be at this current time with the issues that we're seeing in the world around food and agriculture. So hugely important and strategic place for us to be. And I really thank the Secretariat, all of you, for the work that you do. I know how hard you work because I spend a lot of time talking to you. You're a remarkable team, and I think you should be really proud of your achievement. So thanks to you guys, and thanks to everyone who comes here for the contribution you make. And thanks, Anne-Marie, for keeping us awake, keeping us alert, and yeah. So safe travels.
Thank you very much, everybody. Wonderful stuff. Nothing else to add, really. It's already been said. You've been a wonderful group of participants from all over the world with different perspectives. Good energy in the room. No zero-sum game here. Fantastic support from the Secretariat, Maurizio and the team. Got to know you guys a bit over the last couple of years, and I'm always happy to come to Rome to do these events. And some of the people I met last year and in previous times, I think the first time was 2017, and you can see things building and building all the time. And Brian, you got us off to a great start, and we built on that. And all I would say is always remember the exchange between Dorothy and David from Kenya, because here we're operating at this level, and then you've got the regional level, and you think, okay, well, the governments are signed up and on board, and everybody's like Janine from Liberia. Not everybody is like Janine from Liberia, and not everything is in alignment. So anything we can do to help Dorothy and the people out there, some of whom do want to be entrepreneurs, some of whom do want to be further up the value chain, let's enable them and always keep them in our minds, whatever we're doing. So thank you very much, and look forward to seeing you at some time in the future, whether in Rome or New York or in Accra or in Paris or in Canberra. Why not? Why not? Thank you very much, and stay safe. Thank you.